yeah, you guys can open a second tab if you want to look at whatever the screen is showing. So we're live. Everything is fine, guys. And can y'all hear me fine? And is the audio too good? Is audio good, bad, etc.? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Well, I'm asking. Yeah, I'm asking the other audience as well, just to see if they can hear me, and then we could test out. Can you guys all hear me? How many people we have in the chat? Okay, no.
Audio is fine for me.
Christopher Jung says no. No, still no. Can the no? But does the audio of the stream actually work? Okay, let's check if this would work. I don't know why it's not working.
Switch to Chrome to load your favorite.
Mine's still on the thumbnail. Like, I don't see your face or anything.
Fast.
I refreshed
Safe,
it a couple times.
Yours.
For me.
Okay, I can hear you guys. Christopher Jung says no. No, still
now,
no. Yeah. Oh no, it's working. It's just delayed. Okay, so it is working. It's working, guys. Notification yet. When I refresh on my browser, it works. AdWords first. When you skip the ads. Oh yeah, so I'm on my. Oh, should I use? It doesn't have Google Brave, so I don't have ad block on this. Oh yes, it's on now. Is the volume good and can hear? Is it too low or should I increase or whatnot? OBS, it's on max volume. Okay, it should be testing. It should be good. All right, guys, we are. I can now see. Had to press play. Okay, people can hear. Is audio good? Is my audio good, guys, or should I increase it somehow? Is the round table? Yeah, Paul Level says, is this the round table? Yeah, it's round table. I have a whole bunch of people in the show, and yes. Can you guys hear? Matt, turn up your microphone. So again, how do I even turn up the microphone? Like, what do I even do here? Microphone. Sound settings. Yeah, sorry guys. This is why isn't it popping up there? Okay. A bit louder, please. They're saying sound settings. Sound mixer options. Master volume. Okay, that's that. Adjust for that's master volume. I don't know why this is not showing higher. Is there? Oh, this is connected to this one. Let me check out this thing. Gain. I'll add some gain here. Audio. Okay. How's my audio now? Is it better? Can you guys? Is it louder now?
I'm waiting to see what the people in the chat saying.
But is it louder for you guys? I just increased this gain.
Yeah, for us, it's louder as well. Yes.
Did it get louder? Okay. Is mine fine, guys? Well, give me one more confirmation.
Your mic is louder and it's fine.
Okay, it's louder and it's fine. I will gain again. Yes. Okay. My own 911 says yes. The volume is better. All right, perfect. Okay, we got some good to go, guys. Enough of me talking about volume. All right, guys, we are live. We're good to go. We have a whole bunch of amazing people right here.
Yeah, it's louder.
We have 8 people in the show. All right, so 8 people already on the stream. A lot of 9/11 truthers. A long time they've been at it. And Andrew Johnson still, he should be making an appearance soon, hopefully. Okay. Loud and proud. Okay, so Rotary Motion, loud and proud. Okay, some LGBTQ slogan. All right, I will do some housekeeping, then I'll introduce everybody on the show. Actually, I'll probably just introduce everybody as we go. All right, guys. So today's live stream is going to be an emergency chat. The last one I did last year, I called it emergency hangout. Got to use a different word there. And we have again a legendary crew. We have Andrew Johnson. He should be arriving soon. Mark Conlon, aka 9/11 Planes Research. Norman, aka 9/11 Revisionist, William, aka That's Life, but not as we know it, John Fortenberry, aka American Fathers, Chris Bergier, Aerospace Engineer from Boston 9/11 Truth, Keith, aka Dr. Judy Wood's friend and Methyl miner, and then only one missing right now is John and Andrew, and the usual, you could be a super fan, donate, etc. And the other part is, I just want to make some notes right here, guys. On September 11th, Wednesday, we'll have a lot of these guys will show up as well. But we're going to do a group live stream summary of the 9/11 evidence, of the main evidence. And then September 14th, 9/11 Revisionist is going to join the show to do a presentation on the Pentagon. And September 21st, 9/11 Planes Research. So Mark's going to do one on the passengers, or the 28th, whichever one works. And then also I have another announcement. So October 5th, live stream with a guy named Ameter Solar on electrogravitics. His father worked with the Thomas Townsend Browns, the guy who's experimented on flying saucer and so on. So that's scientist. So his father worked with him, and he knows a lot of the family members, and he's done some research on this. And then October 19th, Methyl Miner will be on the show for alternative health hacks. And then November 2nd, John Hutchison is joining the show again, this time exposing disinfo agent and psycho liar Ace Baker. And then, and also in the stream, KJ, French 9/11 guy, and Gene may show up. This is French 9/11 Truth people. And also, Oz is watching. Will drop by to say hi. So my cousin will drop by in this stream, and so on. All right, guys. Without further ado, this is the crew. So if you guys want to each introduce yourself, maybe one by one, and so on. All right, guys. So Norman, you want to say hi, everybody?
Well, hi everybody. The dumb African here that just is trying to wake everybody up. A lot more qualified people than me are in the house, so I'll give it over to Mark Conlon, 9/11 Planes Research. He did an excellent collab with Chris Hampton and his documentary 9/11 Alchemy Facing Reality, which I believe everybody needs to watch ASAP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Well, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Norman. Hello to everybody. First time meeting you all. So, yeah, as Norman said, I've been involved on and off with 9/11, researching it since around 2012, but been aware of it not being right since about 2003-4. I go back to the Kennedy assassination, got me into all this type of stuff around about 1988. So just an aware guy and enjoy researching and putting info out and trying to get to the bottom of all the nonsense that's out there. So that's me. Over to I'll pick Adam because I've never met Adam before, so I'll say hello to Adam. I'll pass it over to you, the button.
Oh, you're mute, Adam. You're muted. Your microphone's muted, Adam. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, you guys. It's so good to finally be connected to a lot of you. And Mark, thank you for the shout out. I actually just gave you a shout out on the Conspiracy Realist podcast. I'd be happy to link you up with those guys. They asked me about what I thought happened to Flight 77. I said, you got to talk to Mark Conlon. He'll tell you what happened to Flight 77. So I'm really happy to make that introduction. But you guys, from September 11th to the 30th, I spent approximately 240 hours on site as a member of Alpha Company, 3rd U.S. Infantry, as a member of the Old Guard. We participated in Operation Noble Eagle, and that was the effort to basically clean up everything that happened there. And I personally believe that I took part in cleaning up a false flag attack. And so I've been devoting the last few years to getting out and to researching and to talking about what I did and didn't see. And in that, I've been able to uncover quite a bit of information. And in my opinion, I've been able to uncover people that should be investigated for the crime of mass murder. And so I try to take the stuff that has been basically put together by a lot of very talented researchers like yourselves, and I try to add my piece to it based on what I've been able to uncover as not the first person that was there to challenge the official narrative, that's April Gallup, but the first responder with extensive time on site to really challenge the official narrative. So it's great to be a part of this, you guys. You know, I would love to continue to collaborate with each and every one of you.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that, Adam. And then see, I'm just gonna go whatever is on the top and then bottom. So, Chris Bergier, do you want to say hi and then introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah. Hello. My name is Chris Bergier. I first got involved with the 9/11 Truth Movement when I challenged my nephew to a debate, and then, well, that I would investigate 9/11 and to show him that the official story was correct. The more I investigated, I realized he was right. That 9/11 was indeed a false flag event. And I joined Architects and Engineers first thing for about 6 months. And then I came across Dr. Wood's presentation, and then I realized it was an eye opener for me. It really changed my world because I realized there was implications of free energy, weather control. It just had a tremendous amount of information that they're hiding on us. And then it didn't take me long to realize that the AE 9/11 Truth, when they call her research junk science, that what their main objective was to steer the truth movement in a direction so it would be away from directed energy weapons and show that it was all thermite. When I first joined Boston 9/11 Truth, I actually I was questioning this, and then Richard Gage let me build a sign that had the photo of the buildings coming down right on Dr. Wood's front cover of her book. And I made the sign 9 feet tall, 3 feet wide, and I've displayed it several times. I displayed it in front of the State House, Massachusetts State House last year. And then when people look at the sign, they really see that it looks like the buildings are being exploded by nuclear or something like that. Little kids come by and they see that, or when they see the sign, it's really eye-opening. But I do have to honor the group's guidelines by not talking to introducing normies. If you're trying to talk to a normie, the best thing you do is talk to Building 7, the Lawyers Committee, and then I leave it at that. If someone's really interested in advanced research, then I feel it's appropriate to talk to them about Dr. Wood's work. But I would go out on the Battle of the Green, dress up in John Hancock, and I could pass out like 300 flyers in 20 minutes. While other people in our group had a hard time passing the flyers, I figured out how to do it much quicker. And then I'm also interested in I'm interested in the activism part and the research part, because really the 9/11 Truth Movement is obligated to wake up normies that the official story is wrong, and then a lot of the normies just really aren't interested in the research too. You have to understand that. But I'm still trying to slowly make headways with putting Dr. Judy Wood's work, getting to our group to accept it. They actually accepted putting it on our webpage. I know it needs to be updated, but they let me give a presentation on it. After the Lahaina fires, they were definitely more receptive to hearing it, because I was able to send out a big a letter to a large amount of people, including Richard Gage, that everyone in the 9/11 Truth Movement that represses directed energy weapons should be ashamed of themselves after the Lahaina fires, because we should be the people that are first, raising our flags, saying that this is foul play. It should be the prominent members of the 9/11 Truth Movement that tell all the normies that directed energy weapons are being used in Lahaina, and this is a horrific crime. And but so far I'm still active member at Boston 9/11 Truth. I don't have as much time as all you other guys, because I have 2 jobs and building a house and all this big family. So I have to use my time sparingly. But hopefully I think things will turn out better. That more people will be aware of Dr. Judy Wood's work in the future. We're still making a lot of progress. So that's it.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that, Chris. And I was on the Boston 9/11 Truth last week. I got to talk to Gage and and a few others. And there's a link to it over here for those interested. It's the first video. I'll just put a link here. Share. 1 second. And for those who are not familiar with Boston 9/11 Truth, so that's the one Chris helps run and so on, or helps volunteer at. And then so the next couple guys.
Well, I just want to make a quick comment that like half the members in our Boston 9/11 Truth group don't even know who Mark Conlon or Andrew Johnson are. So there's ways, and they are having guest speakers. So I would invite Mark Conlon to come on, Andrew Johnson come on, Matthew stuff, and this can all be done, but it's good to do it in increments. You don't want to do it all at once, right? Because they still have to do their activism, and they're interested in a lot of other stuff. I believe they have Susan Lindauer on next week too. So.
Okay. Yeah, but again, I'm open to present as well if they want to get me on, but we'll see on that, because I think my view is I think Gage has a has a finger on the button. All right, and then we have 3 more guests to introduce. Methyl Miner, do you want to say hi and just talk a bit about yourself, introduce yourself, and some of your Reddit activism maybe? Methyl Miner, are you frozen? I think he's frozen. Oh, I can hear you. You're muted, Methyl Miner. Hello? Okay, Meth is can't hear me, or I don't know. All right, we'll go to next one. Keith. Okay, yeah. I just want to say, if you want to introduce yourself to the audience, and also if you could maybe speak some of about your communications with Judy Wood, and if that is all right.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm an
So I first discovered.
Meth. Oh, sorry. Okay, Meth is talking now. Okay, just wait for Meth. Yeah, sorry.
I muted myself.
Myth is watching the live stream, and the live stream is
Am I
got a bit of a
delayed?
delay.
Yeah, the live stream is delayed. Yeah, that's why I was wondering.
No,
So
I can hear you.
yeah, no, I'm saying the live stream was delayed.
What?
Oh, well, we can hear it now. I think it caught up maybe. Okay, so you can speak now if you want. Methyl Miner, introduce yourself and maybe about Reddit and so on. Yeah, I think you are delayed. I'll say. Meth, the stream is delayed. Use Google Meet. Oh, okay. Pam Running is in the house. We have a super fan. Let's go. Yeah. Okay, so I think Keith, you wanna? I'm just waiting for Meth. He's a bit delayed.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but are you delayed? Is what I'm asking. We can hear you. Just the thing is, the stream you're looking on
I had
YouTube.
both the stream going, and I muted the Google Meet chat.
Yeah.
to-
Yeah. So the
because they
Google
were
Meet
having
one.
both playing at once.
Yeah. So if you can mute the YouTube and keep the Google Meet instead.
Okay. All right. So you can hear me now.
Yeah.
All right. So I basically came across Dr. Judy Wood. I wish it was a better way, but it was a Telegram channel that just kind of scrapes everything. It scrapes controlled opposition. It scrapes like architects and engineers, and then I just randomly saw a Dr. Judy Wood presentation, kind of way throughout those lists. This was right after COVID when I kind of realized something was up, and ever since then I was just kind of flabbergasted that no one knows about this, and there was free energy that we could is being hidden, and just kind of spiraled from there, and so basically I had a TikTok channel going for a while. I got up to a couple thousand followers and then just got deleted. But right now I mainly kind of hawk the Reddit forums for kind of people posting about 9/11 where I can actually correct them, and kind of battle with controlled opposition a lot, where they'll like even just yesterday they posted like a Building 7 thread that I replied to so many people that they made it private and took it down. So and then kind of arguing with bots a lot too, but you know there's still real people on there that I get through to, so it's worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. I actually got banned from 9/11 Truth on Reddit in 2017.
Yeah.
Because and I dealt with bots before bots became mainstream. Like I 100% knew I was dealing with a bot because I could check his comments and it's always the exact same thing, and he would reply instantly. I would message anything and he would reply instantly. And I actually told my cousin about the bots. He didn't believe me, but I said, "Here, go anywhere, comment Dr. Judy Wood, and then you'll see a bot come up." So he did that. He messaged me. He's like, "Yeah, I just put it online, and right away on Reddit they just show up."
And then they'll intentionally misspell Dr. Wood's name so other bots won't reply to them. They'll say Dr. Judy Woods or Dr. Woo or something crazy, so the bots don't interact with them.
Oh, that's a great point. I didn't realize it was for the bots. Okay, initially I was thinking so that they don't get searched that much on the SEO, but no, you're definitely right about this, because I've noticed a lot of times
for people saying Dr. Wood's name and then replying to them, and then a couple of days later, after you argue with them for an hour, they'll delete their account and all the comments. So like you don't even people get to see the back and forth. So it's and then even if you do get something that has like 50 plus upvotes, they'll create another comment that gets upvoted towards the top of the thread. So yours is all of a sudden way down, and no one gets to see it as easily. They got a pretty good system going on, but you know, like it's still worth interacting with people that you kind of know are real. You can kind of tell after a few replies back and forth. Yeah,
definitely. One of them actually made a hit piece on me, and then he started following me on Reddit, but he eventually deleted his video. He made a whole piece because I was saying that there was very little heat on 9/11, and he even used AI to put a this if you can see my screen, he put this giant, like, made me look like a devil and so on. So, and then he deleted his video, like, absolutely ridiculous. And I even predicted he would delete it.
I've got it downloaded for posterity, so you can watch it whenever you feel.
Yeah, it is quite hilarious. Yeah, so yeah, there it is. And I just downloaded it. So a guy went and made all of these, and he has I think 1 subscriber. He did all this for literally just for that one quick hit piece. All right, enough sidetracking, and now we'll get to the last, or 2 more guests actually. We have so many guests today. So Keith, if you wanna. You were speaking earlier, and if you wanted to speak about your communications and relationship with Dr. Judy Wood, if that is all right with you, and how you got involved.
Sure. I think I'm the oldest guy here. I was clued into 9/11 being not what it is professed to be soon, I guess within 12 months after it happened, particularly focusing on the Pentagon. There's all kinds of anomalies there that easily prove that an airplane never hit it. One of those that I found striking to me was the fact that it's impossible to get a big Boeing that close to the ground due to what's called the wing and ground effect. And so I'm simple. If I can completely negate your argument with one fact, you don't have to go any further than that. So explain to me how you can get a machine that big with that big of a wing to make it a hole that was 10 to 12 feet in diameter down on the ground. Sorry, you're full of shit if you say anything else. Move on to the next topic.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I don't have a website. I tend to communicate personally with people. I try to use people, semi-famous people. I've written probably over 120 different direct letters to people, congressmen, preachers, scientists, a host of them, with a document that it's about 14 pages long, and essentially it's an appetizer of Dr. Wood's book. And it's not all the chapters. It's focusing on missing the orphans, 3, 4, 5, and 6. In particular, there's an anchor for me. I think I found that many people have an anchor fact about the World Trade Center event. And for me, that was the scooped out World Trade Center 6. How does that happen?
Mm-hmm.
No debris, no evidence of fire. It's scooped out. Half the building volume is gone. Oh, by the way, no one in AE 9/11 addresses that. They even say to them on their website, we focus on 3 buildings. There were 7 buildings, actually 8, Norm would point out, that were just devastated, gone. So for me, I simplify to explain to me what happened with WTC-6, and then I'll talk with you about anything you want. Mm-hmm. No answers. So to Adam.
Sorry to interject there, but also if you talk about the Pentagon now, you've got Ted Walter and David Chandler, who were highly involved with architects and engineers. They've now started the International Center for 9/11 Justice Suppression, and they talking about a real plane going into the Pentagon, and that's their whole stick that they're running with at the moment.
It's the reworking of a different lie. They can recycle those. In my opinion, they can recycle them because they're going to be projecting that mind control into a different audience every time they speak it. And I'll give you an example. Ted Walters was interviewed by Kim Iverson and also Mark Clayton from Redacted. He spewed out just a bunch of garbage and got all kinds of accolades from both of them. Well, how many minds were poisoned by those guys in those 2 interviews? So me, I don't have the techno savvy to put together a website or anything like that. My approach is to write people personally who have a responsibility, moral obligation, oath obligation. Don't take this wrong, Adam, but everybody in the military since 2001 has committed war crimes. Who the hell's saying that? some lunatic in North Georgia. So why can't we get anybody in the military to own up? Yeah, it was a total fraud. All the authorizations of used military force are complete empty frauds. Everybody that's been in the federal Congress since that day, with the exception of, what's her name? She was a Congress critter from Georgia. I'll think of her name in a minute. McKinney. The only person that's been elected to federal office that has made a peep about the game's not really what it professes to be is McKinney from Georgia. She was a black woman congressman. I'll think of her first name in a minute. So all of what you guys do is phenomenal. It's not me. It's not how I approach it. But the global mind control completely fogs my mind. I don't know how that works and how it maintains at every level in society. Whether you're an engineering professor, whether you're a congressman, whether you're a military officer, whether you're a preacher, whatever. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. Her name is Cynthia McKinney.
That's it.
I did. So one time, Wayne Costy came over to our Boston 9/11 Truth Group and actually gave a presentation at one of our members' houses. And it was like a debate. It was like a 2-hour debate, and it was actually Lorenzo was supporting the fake, the story that the plane didn't hit, and Costy was supporting the official story. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Wayne Costy was also present in April Gallup's court hearing in Connecticut when Dick Cheney was trying to promote the official story. Wayne Costy was there giving supporting evidence for the official cause. I don't know if you guys know that, but you got a question there, Norman. Well, I just want to add that the overwhelming number of members in our Boston 9/11 Truth Group did not support Wayne Costy. Only one member did. So, I mean, the members in our group, we all know that a real plane didn't hit the Pentagon, and that's and it's unfortunate that through the efforts of Chandler and Costy that issue has become too controversial. So we're not really allowed to talk about in public where they discourage us from talking about in public. But too bad. I made a flyer showing April Gallup climbing out of the hole one time and saying no evidence of a plane, and I passed out the April Gallup flyer several years ago at one of our events. Yeah, did you have a question, Norman?
Yeah, just on Wayne Costy as well. He wrote a paper that wasn't peer reviewed, published anywhere. He basically just presented it after he wrote it to Colorado 9/11. That's run by Marty Hopper. Marty Hopper lives with, or David Chandler lives with her. I don't know what their setup is, if they're married or not. And I basically asked him about the spire, and he couldn't give me an answer because he was trying to make the case for propelled demolition with thermite being painted in the insides of the buildings, and that's what shot everything out. Yeah. And he actually had a picture of the South Tower where you've got a section of the core column still standing. And when I asked him where did that go, and he said, no, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll never know because maybe things just disappeared. And he even debunked himself by stating that they found no molten metal in the core columns. Nobody reported any of the molten metal. That's one of the main prerogatives that AE runs with. And the best thing is, Richard Gage was sitting in on the call, and he didn't correct it. So that was just wonderful, seeing these guys debunking themselves right then and there in a Zoom call after I asked a simple question. So that you can just see that they are full of it.
Well, they certainly have jobs to fulfill it. This psychological operations that's still going on to discredit the truth, and you have to understand that's what's happening. Certainly, when let's say David Chandler, he gave a presentation on the real plane theory, and then he used Wayne Costy's research. at one of our Boss 9/11 Truth meetings, and I for about 10 minutes of that meeting, I showed his photo of the Pentagon side of the building, and he slapped some dimensions up against the wall, and if you were to measure one of the windows, he has the window being like 9 feet tall, when most windows are only 5 feet tall, and you could tell that just from a cinder block from inside the building that was 8 inches. So I mean, obviously he was messing with the scale, the geometric scale, which you can prove easily. But I mean, it's up to us to just go in on these meetings that David Chandler's at and just ask some simple questions, like, he says, the wing can go through 5 light poles and not even have a twisting moment on the airplane. Okay, so this is what you do. You say, David, there's a rudder on the airplane, right? Okay, if I engage that rudder, is the airplane going to turn? Okay, and you explain to me, David, the physics behind it, right? You turn the rudder just a couple degrees, and it puts like a 50-pound force perpendicular to that airplane, just the rudder. So that's going to turn the airplane, right, David? Sure. Okay. Now let's do a thought experiment, David. When the wing hits the light pole, is that going to have the same effect as the rudder turning the airplane? See what he says. Okay. And then when you go and you just talk to him, and then you let the other people hear the argument in a simple discussion, it's the other people that are going to change their opinions and say, yeah, wait a second, David Chandler is saying something that just doesn't make sense. So that's the way we have to move this movement. And then another thing, you guys have to understand how skilled Richard Gage is at debating, and also being very polite and civil, because that's the number one thing that these people are looking at, is like, is this person polite and civil? That's very, very important. And I made some mistakes a while back, but I get really upset myself, and I would send out emails to the group, and then other members would get upset with me, and I said, maybe we should ban Chris. Early at my Boss 9/11 Truth group, some members didn't want me there. They thought I was too disruptive with promoting my theory of Dr. Judy Wood, and then refusing to hand out thermite.
If I may interject, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, sure, Andrew, sure.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
I also got the timer on, despite checking that we were, whatever search I did said that we were 9 hours behind PST. Apparently that's not the case. As regards presenting and stuff, the things that are working against us are that most people can't believe, what the truth is. So not only have you got all the mind control, propaganda, and as you were pointing out, people like Gage have probably had some sort of media training or something like that. So you've got all those things working against you, and in my own experience, going back to say 2005, 2006, 2007, essentially I was involved with a group of what I thought were like-minded people. But when it came to this information about the directed energy weapons and the stuff that Mark's been looking at, all with the lack of planes, you couldn't get. People didn't want to know, and they weren't. They didn't. Only, I'd say, probably about 1% of them said, "Oh, actually, Andrew, or actually, Mark, or actually, David Shea, you've got a point. I can see what you're saying now." Nobody said that. Nobody said that. So, this was one of the problems. That this information is so far off the radar for most people that all this the lies are on their side, basically, because the truth is the average person just off the radar, and unless you've really gone down the rabbit hole to quite a degree, So my approach really, which differs from many people here, I think, is simply to wait for people to ask for the information. And that might be, maybe it is lazy, I don't know, you can call it lazy if you like, but it's the only thing that really works is when somebody comes to you and says, actually, I'd like to see that now. I'm really interested in that. And even that doesn't always work. because we've had people that have read Dr. Wood's book. By the way, Chris, it's not a theory, so you shouldn't attach the word theory to anything to do with Dr. Judy Wood. That is why we have the opening words in the irrefutable book deliberately put in by Adam Dwyer because of that loose language, what she presents as evidence. Okay, so unless people ask to see it and then go through it meticulously to check that it's correct, and they're willing to do that, and this is why Dr. Wood, one of her sort of points was she didn't really want to make an ebook available, because if you've got a physical book, you've got to make a commitment to reading it. And it's a heavy book, as you all know, so you've got to make a physical commitment to reading that book and getting through it if you really truly want to learn what's in it. And people are lazy, and I'm lazy sometimes as well about certain things. So I think for me personally, those realizations have been quite important to help me keep my own sanity and allow me to continue supporting the research and sort of back. That's partly why I posted that article. I don't know how many folks here have looked at it or care about it, but I posted an article about a month ago, I think it was 3 weeks ago, called "Helping People Understand Where the Towers Went," which was really kind of a bit of a personal diary into the years, diary of the years that I've been distributing Where Did the Towers Go book in the UK and Europe, which started in 2011, and what I've had to do, pretty much because there weren't anybody that came forward to offer support. Yeah, well, that's not true actually. A small number of people came forward to offer support, who I name in the article. But organised groups, in my opinion, the ones I've been involved with, they've either got too much else going on, or they're directly infiltrated and controlled. And again, that's why I wrote the 2 books to illustrate that and provide the evidence that was the case. Depressing though it is, and these people range from egotists to denialists to, as I postulated in the book, and this is something you can't prove, people who are under some form of mind control. And whether that's done by beaming or drugs or post-hypnotic suggestion, I have no idea, but the end result was the same, that they will not turn around and say, "Oh, yes, Mark," or "Yes, Chris," or, "Yes, Adam, I can see your point. I understand now." They don't do that. They don't do that. And that's ultimately, what we're up against, really.
Mm-hmm. If I can just mention, Andrew, the other day, what I've been keeping an eye on people who are being interviewed by who interviewed Richard Gage, and his modus operandi in 24 is to go after all the smaller podcasts, and I tend to follow up with them afterwards, send them some information. If they're on X, I'll interact with them, send them some links, and see what happens. And luckily, some of them have come back, especially one gentleman. He's also in the UK, the Pirate Truth podcast. And I basically spent 2.5 hours showing him some information, showing him where certain talking points have been taken over by the other side, if you want to call it that, and how it's half-truths. And if you just look a little bit further, you can see everything. And luckily, they then see through the haze, because with regards to 9/11, unfortunately, you've got to show people. You can't really tell them what you think or tell them what happened is. You've got to go show them, look, this area was supposed to be very hot, but it wasn't. People are stating that is dust falling off, but you can physically see the steel when it falls over, how it disappears. They want to talk about molten metal that caused all the cars.
That's right. I mean, what I was doing for a period of time was I had a paper booklet of about, I don't know, 10 or 15 pages, which I would, flip through with people that I was trying to convey the information to. Of course, you've got to do that in person, face to face. And a few times I've done that with a an online PowerPoint and gone through that. But I think I'm glad that you've done that, Norman. I mean, it is very useful to try and do that. But I think what again, you're on the back foot there because, as you know, if people are questioning I mean, this is what we found as well. If people are questioning the official story for the first time, they can look at the Dr. Judy Wood material and go, oh yeah, and then you can see it all fall into place. If they've had the gauge or thermite or nuke hypothesis sort of, and they've settled on that for a period of time, days, weeks, months, the fact that they've got to undo that, say, oh, it's that same thing. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But people don't say shame on me. They're generally too egotistical to do that. In most cases. So I think it's however Gage is getting to these podcasters, does he do it himself? Does somebody go around looking at all the conspiracy podcasts or whatever you want to call them, alternative knowledge podcasts, and then kind of dial them up and say, oh yeah, I've got a great speaker for you. And that again is another issue because a lot of these podcasters, they get an audience and they just want to fill airtime. They don't really care what the subject matter is. I mean, maybe being a bit unkind to some, but that's certainly the impression that we got when we were doing a lot more interviews, say, sort of 10 years ago or whatever it was. That they just wanted to fill airtime, to please the audience. They had an audience, they wanted the likes or the clicks or the whatever it was, not just for money. It's I think, and this is something I've discussed with Richard Hall a little bit and other people. If you have a regular podcast, it doesn't matter whether you're just doing it as a hobby and you're not getting any money out of it. You're just getting some sort of appreciation for it, which is great. And then I'm the same. I'm chuffed when somebody writes to me. But when people feel that they have an expectation on them to do something and produce regular content, that can then cause you to maybe just put whatever in, and stuff. And you feel you've got to meet that expectation, and I try to avoid that myself, personally. And again, it's more, I'm just talking more personal things. I'm not saying that, everyone should do what I do. It's not, I'm not trying to say that, but, that's just one factor in the psychology, which I've kind of thought about.
All right.
I'll ask you another question. Have you got any? I know for a fact a few podcasters have possibly lined up interviews with you. Is anything happening? I know at least Adam Eisenberg is also getting out there and sharing his story. And
is this is a group, or just me, or
no? Our whole group here. Adam Eisenberg is a whistleblower for the Pentagon. He actually was part of the cleanup crew there, and he's been on a couple of podcasts, and he's mentioned Mark Conlon to people that he's been interacting with and all of that. So I think there is a start of a little bit of a momentum coming through, especially with Matthew doing his regular podcast. We've got Methyl Miner on Reddit. We've got William from Scotland, That's Life as We Know It. He's got a regular podcast and he's doing a lot of videos and all of that. So we've got a new young bunch that that can take it forward, because after all, you've been at it for 15, 18 years. So obviously you're tired of it by now for just sitting up with the same people arguing the same points. Even me with doing it on a regular basis, you just get fed up with how stupid people play. They don't want to see.
I think that's why, personally, again, I sort of just try and keep it on a certain level, which fits in with the rest of my life, because I've had other things to do with my life and stuff, which is another point generally. But the other thing that you made me think of when you said that, which I can't remember now, so I might have to mute and let somebody else speak. But when you are at it a long time, you can become very jaded and want to give up. I've never really felt like that. I've always known that I can continue in the way I want to continue, sort of thing. And I think that's very important to work out what works for you and make sure you don't compromise the other important things in your life, like relationships, family, the balance that you have, the structure that you have. Oh, I know what I was going to say, and I'll sign off for the minute. There's a Buddhist, one of the Buddhist teachers says, no one listens to angry people. I think that's a really important point. Well, it's difficult not to get angry about this, but no one listens to angry people. I think that's true.
Chris here. So our Boston 9/11 Truth Group actually wanted Dr. Judy Wood to come on and give a presentation. So they're open to this. So I'm just sending an invitation to both Mark Conlon and Andrew. Hopefully, maybe within the next 6 months or this coming year, if you guys would be guest speakers, it would be it would really make a big difference. Andrew.
Well, thank you, Chris. We've talked about that before, though, really, and I'd rather just. It would be better just if the existing presentations were played. I think if you were to open a forum, something like this, where it was a Q&A.
It would just be your presentation. So what happens is you get an hour and a half to give a presentation on your.
Well, you can just play the existing one, really, and then. People
it does. Yeah, but it does make a big difference when you show up in person. I mean, half the people in my group don't even know who you are, Andrew. They don't.
No, sorry, a lot of people don't know who I am.
And then same thing with Mark. If you could come and give just a presentation on playing, that would make a big difference. And
I remember we're in the UK, so you've got a lot of expense there if you want actually meet physically in person.
No, it's just on Zoom.
By Zoom. By Zoom, we just show the same PowerPoint, so you might just. Video,
this is just a Zoom meeting. It's just a regular Zoom meeting, and even an hour, it would just make a big difference. And then and actually, Richard Gage accepted my invitation to a debate on thermite. I think he would do that with me.
To be honest, Chris, I mean, I'm aware of your history with the group, so it would have to come. The invitation would have to come from somebody other than you.
Oh no, it would. It would come from Sue Serpa, who I'm good friends with her, and she would say.
Anyway, I don't want to dwell too much on that, so I don't want to take up too much time here. So
it wouldn't take a lot of time, and the same thing with Mark's research on planes. That it would make a big difference because they're kind of on an inside bubble with all the truthers. Everything circles around a certain type of audience, and our audience really isn't getting much traction. And also, I mean, I'm also a member of New England UFO Research Organization. They asked me to have Dr. Judy Wood on. Okay, so she is very popular. I know she's reclusive now, but us that support her have to come forward and promote her work. And I mean, I did do a presentation myself. I haven't given as many presentations as I should. I should step up the plate. I've been extremely busy, but I plan to. So.
Mm-hmm. I just want to chime in as well, guys. Yeah, so the Boston 9/11 Truth one. So if they do actually want a presentation from anyone that's promoting what I view as the real 9/11 Truths, I think it would be worthwhile. But again, I doubt they would actually want that, because last time I was on it, just for the Q&A, I was pretty much 4-on-1. You had Richard Chandler David Chandler coming at me. You had Gene Lartanda trying to attack me. And then you had Richard Gage going at me. And then you had the other guy, the Bottomley guy, all because I was telling them the real physics don't have a delayed, the actual Boeing would not go through a steel structure with a delayed explosion. And they just would not entertain it. And then you had...
but that shows that they're stuck on their viewpoints. And when you came in, I think you did a super job.
If I may cut to a key element of this and ask a couple of kind of, I suppose, certainly rhetorical and philosophical questions, is can you turn a dishonest person into an honest person, or can you turn a liar into a truth teller? And that's David Chandler is a liar. He's dishonest. Gage is a liar. We've shown that. I confronted him on that Truth Summit a year ago, and any person with a real soul and not somebody who operates like an android really, to me, would have been ashamed of what they were saying and denying, that sort of thing. But Gage just acts like a politician, so you're not going to anywhere where he's involved. For me, I just let him get on with it, because he's not going to change, and I'm not going to change. I mean, it's a bit like this thing with germ warfare. You know, we're going to have this debate between this, what's his name, Mr. Olsen, I forget his first name, and Fetzer and somebody else, and then Olsen backed out, and somebody else backed out, and was just left with Fetzer again. So Jeremy wanted to debate with me and Fetzer, and I just said, well, what's the point in that? That's all in my books. You know, it's nothing changed.
You know, the actual first interview, I sent a mail to all the 9/11 so-called truthers, and Richard Gage was the first one to answer. And then as soon as he heard he's having to square off against you, he ducktailed and ran. I actually have a short little 5-minute clip of the interaction with Andrew Johnson and Richard Gage in the Truth Summit. So, Matthew, could I possibly share screen so that we can quickly listen to that?
Yeah, just 1 second. There's one person we haven't actually introduced. First of all,
yes, William.
William, guys. But also, I want to say hi, Andrew. You showed up and then just started dropping bombs on us. That's good. Thanks, Andrew, for showing up. And then,
gentlemen, I'm going to have to go to the airport in about 10 minutes. I appreciate the meeting. So if I drop off, I'm in the car running down the road. Thank you to all of y'all for everything you've done. Andrew, your books, thank you for doing that.
Thanks for your support as well, Keith. I'll just say that and carry on. Yeah, thanks.
The one thing I'd like to add before I bail out is the psychology issue. It's operative at the individual level, at the small group level, at the national and global level. I don't know how to break it. I don't know how to do it, especially even in a small group, because the trajectory of 9/11 information takes people to a fright zone where they freak out, they shut down, and they don't want to hear it anymore. So my approach, as I said earlier, is individual contact with people that should be making noise on a public level and are not. I don't know. Websites don't do it for me. I mean, I garner massive amount of information from everyone here. Thank you. Please hear me say that. But I tend to think there's going to be a single person that's going to snap, and I'll just use her as an example. Kim Iverson seems to have a soul, and she's been mind screwed by Ted Walter and other people. She asked some really good questions, and Walter deflected her like she was a tennis ball. But I have a way to access her, and also Clayton Morris. If someone of that character would say, like you have said, Andrew, I believed something incorrectly. I had to change my mind. It's costly. I may lose all of my audience, but here's what really happened. And for someone to do that puts their life at risk, their finance at risk, their relationships with their family and their spouse, all of that stuff. But then, if I may pitch this to Adam, he realized it's personal. And it doesn't matter what the consequences are. Humanity's going to get consumed by these predators who've done this. And without 9/11, they would have never been able to do COVID-19. 9/11 proved that they could psychologically mind rape the planet, and nobody would push back. I don't know.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Sorry for my preaching. I apologize.
No, we need that. I just want to drop a point about so you have a good ways of getting directly to the people that, for example, have an audience, and then see whether they respond or not. And so again, I think the more hands on deck doing whatever they want to do or feel like is within their own reach, and similar to even Andrew Johnson, where yours is in a way I call it pacing yourself. I've been doing that too, but I also like Norman's in your face attitude, which has actually influenced me to be more active on 9/11 front. So basically, definitely. Whatever works does not mean that it needs to be online. It could be activism off that, but also in your case, Keith, directly telling for example, someone with an audience, sending them like the packages that you sent to them, and then see how they respond, if they do or don't. And And I think the ones that you said that are open to it, so Kim Iverson, if you can, and then Clayton Morris, I could possibly also send a message to them if you can pass over whatever contact you think would work, and see if they can.
I'm putting together a document set that I'll give to you, Matthew.
Mhm.
The transcript of her interview with Walter has got massive openings in it for us to crush him in front of her. Now, I'm not saying she'll respond. I'm just saying, okay, Walter said this about the buildings turned to dust. Really? How did that happen, Ted?
Mhm. Yep.
He doesn't have an explanation for that. It runs counter to everything that his cadre of liars and dissemblers put forward.
Mhm.
He even talked about the upper portion of 2 tilting over and then turning to dust. Shocked the hell out of me.
Mhm.
But no explanation from him. So I can't say it's going to be effective, but I'm going to try to put together, how would you describe it? Almost a brief on how she got mind raped by him. Get it to her.
Yeah, if you can get it to her. And
At
it's,
that point, it's her responsibility, not mine.
yeah, and it's a great way to see if someone's truthful or not, because again, a lot of these people aren't true. Like, well, at least some of them aren't truthful. And then if the ones that are, get them on their podcast. Now they have to deal with multiple things. Okay, the government's narrative is fake, and now I'm getting a literal liar on my own podcast telling me X, Y, Z, and now you got to reverse course on that. So that's in some ways the cover up is bigger than the actual event. It's more to wrap your head around. Like, okay, so there's also psychopaths that not only do this but also pretend to be the good guys, and trying to fight back. So that's a whole another level.
If I may, before I jump off, I've had the privilege of going to the 9/11 Memorial Museum in New York City twice. If anyone can go, please make the effort and go, because you will see the mind control in full exposure and what they're doing to all the millions of people that go through there. You know, the Spire video that Matthew and Norman have worked on. It's projected on one of the walls.
Wow.
What? They've got these illuminated maps, as it was, scattered throughout the display, and the maps are show the building positions at 9/11, and then the building positions now. Well, okay. Well, if only 3 buildings came down and were damaged, why did all the other 4 have to be taken apart and moved? And now you've got different buildings there. Who made that decision? Why wasn't it investigated? Who benefited? It is massively evil to go there, but it's massively instructional too. Now, you can see that fused Bible. That to me is an anchor. You can see what's called the composite. There's this meteorite-looking thing that's a dew composite of steel and plastic and paper and concrete. Not just the Bible, but there's that too. So there's numerous examples of dew evidence right out in front for God and everybody to look at, and nobody sees them. It's really surreal.
Yeah, definitely. That is quite remarkable. The Spire video, when I first saw it, it's turning to us. I even showed a friend who's a normie. He's like, "Oh, that's got to be fake. You just believe it's on internet." I'm like, "It's an official video." Like, it's like it's turning to dust in front of your eyes. Yeah, so it's
Anyway,
Yeah, so I want to make a comment that you can attack AE 9/11 Truth with their own evidence. Like, for example, Dr. Stephen Jones gave a presentation, and I'll read it right to here. He says, nanothermite composites lead to a fast propagating combustion, generating shock waves with Mach numbers up to 3. So Mach numbers up to 3 is in the range of like 1,000 meters per second. So that has nearly the explosive force that TNT has, which is 6,000 meters per second. So you like we could I could write a letter to, and part of our Boss 9/11 Truth group for them to explain that AE 9/11 Truth needs to explain how in their own evidence that nanothermite with Mach 3 explosive velocity can pulverize concrete and steel when TNT is three times the capacity. And then I show everyone an exploding whale that happened in 1970, where there's a whale on the beach, and they try to get rid of it with just a half a ton TNT versus an 8-ton whale, and you can watch the whale explode. It just makes a tremendous amount of noise. So all these people in the 9/11 Truth movement seem to be real activists on demolition, and they don't even have a clue what velocities are involved to really explode something properly. So just thought I'd add that.
No.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to go. Sorry if I dominated the conversation. It's a pleasure to visibly meet you guys. Please don't stop. Please don't stop. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, thanks, Keith.
And, maybe I'll communicate with some of y'all individually. Hopefully, I'll jump in on September 11th. And there's nothing more important than this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and if you want, you could drop by on your phone in the airport or whatnot. While you're flying, you just say hi. Whatever it takes.
No, I'm driving to pick up a buddy of mine at the airport.
All right, sounds good. Right.
Thank you again. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Bye, Keith.
All right,
Bye.
And can
all right, bye,
please
Keith.
give
All right.
William a speaking chance?
Yeah, guys. And then we also have after that we have KJ was on it earlier, the French guy, and then I think he left. Okay, but yeah, William, it's been sorry that everybody's talking over you. I was about to introduce him, but then Andrew Johnson came in, and I'm like, he has to have the floor and take over.
Yeah.
All right, so William,
Totally.
if you want to introduce yourself and say hi to the audience and the guests.
Yeah, I've been on before with Matt a couple of weeks, well, maybe 3 months ago. In terms of 9/11, it never really had a traumatic effect on me, being such a young age when it happened. So I feel like I've not got, do you know when certain people look into it, they can't watch it. Oh, I can't watch that. Oh, I can't look at that. But for me, I've not got this traumatic effect. I was only 13, unlucky for some, when it happened. And I watched a wee bit on TV, then I went and played my Nintendo 64, like it never happened. Then fast forward to 2010, and I started looking into it a lot more. And especially the past 5 years, I've been making videos, different content, podcasts, talking to people like Norman, Matthew. That's been great. Norman, he's very modest. He'll say, "Oh, I'm just a African, dumb South African," but I don't buy that. I don't buy it. He's done great work. Same with Matthew. Andrew Johnson, fantastic work. The work Mark's done on the planes, I think, is some of the best work that I've seen in regards to the planes. Absolutely top marks to Mark. He is definitely right up there. What I've learned from him is quite astounding, to be honest, only in the past maybe year or so. And I watched an interview with Andrew Johnston quite a while back, and they were talking about Gage and a few others, and they mentioned a phrase. They called it the half-truth movement, and I thought that stuck with me, and it certainly is a great way to describe it, the half-truth movement. In terms of Gage and some of the people around him, I knew a wee bit about Richard Gage, but it wasn't really until I joined 2 particular Zoom calls they done, and I seen Gage and his kind of friends at work. In particular, at one stage, they kind of ganged up on Matthew and what he was saying, and I thought that was quite interesting. I seen them like this pack of vultures, basically, coming in on Matthew and saying, "Look, nope, we're not having it." So for me, basically, a curious guy, to a certain degree. I like to research. I like to look into as many things as I can. In regards, I mean, I do a lot of stuff on Apollo 11, NASA, but when it comes to the Twin Towers in 9/11, I'm not even sure why I've got such a calling to it. I just feel this sort of pull towards it, to look into it more, to continuously look into it, to the point where Andrew kind of touched on it. You've got to get that balance. You've got to kind of not ruin your life at home. So I've had chats with my wonderful wife, and she said, look, just give it a rest, stop looking into it, but I can't. I honestly can't. No matter what I do, I keep going back to it, I keep going over it, and it's thanks to people like Andrew, Matthew, Norman and Mark. The work Mark's done, I highly recommend it to people who have not seen it. It is top notch. And I think as well, we talk about how to maybe put things across. I think it's maybe a good idea that we do it the way we do it, the way we feel best at doing it, because we're all different. We've all got different approaches, but the bottom line kind of is we're all beating the same drum here. So just keep doing what we do, and hopefully we'll get somewhere at some point. But it's great to be here, back again. So thank you, and great to see everyone.
Oh, yeah, thanks. That's life. Yeah, and great point about just doing what we do. But also in a group stage, I think other groups have been like, it's easy to infiltrate because there wasn't really a litmus test. I think in our case, we have a pretty big litmus test where like people that are known liars do not want to even entertain. So like 9/11, you get if someone's in the group and promotes 9/11, Dr. Judy Wood, there's very little other ways where it's very like hard for a actual disinfo agent to promote it and then also promote lies afterwards. It's very few would do that. So it's like, even if you had a big group, and then the litmus test is, well, okay, what do you tell your audience? If you say theory, okay, that's bad. so basically it's like you have a list of rules where you can easily spot who is and who isn't truthful or not. So even if we do make an official group, I think we have a strong enough litmus test where it's easy to spot who is just in there. And yeah, speaking about Gage One, I've interacted him twice with him, and yeah, he's definitely a seasoned debater. But the thing is, I understand a lot of what he's trying to do. He's trying to get you off guard by either putting a bunch of lies in. Especially when I was getting ganged up in that Zoom call, they were making stuff up. They were saying, "Oh, I never seen a wing break off when a plane is in nosedive and it's going 600 miles an hour." But they're making stuff up just to get you off guard. But if you look at it, it's like, for example, the terminal velocity is only 400 miles an hour, so it's like, or 340. It's like everything they say is just, you can tell automatically if they're trying to get to the truth or trying to get you just to make you look bad. But
I think going back to what I said before about people like Gage and probably a few other examples, they've been trained probably in things like neuro-linguistic programming, so they know the sort of gestures to use and the tone of voice and all of that stuff. But we're just a loose association approach. We're not even a group, really. I wouldn't even call ourselves a group, or, well, maybe you would, but I wouldn't. Just say we're a loose association of figures, really.
Yeah. So so when I went to the Boston Cheers restaurant with Richard Gage, I showed him on my cell phone a California wildfire in Woolsey, and I asked him if he thought that was a directed energy weapon. Guess what he said?
Oh, he said yes.
He said it was. He says, well, that's definitely a directed energy weapon. So what he says in private, what he says in public are two things.
Okay. It's like Hillary Clinton.
If I can also just interject here. I had a very good Odyssey channel with around about 500 videos on it, all put into neat playlists and everything as a learning hub. And then how I got to know about Gene Lauratondo is he came into one of my comment sections and started bad-mouthing me, saying that I'm Dr. Abraham, that basically called out Gage in 2011. And then he brought in 10 points of how to debunk you. And then I tried to figure out who he is, and I saw he's got this little 9/11 war room that he Zoom call echo chamber that they have every Sunday. And I decided to go in there because he challenged me to come debate him. And then as soon as I got into the room, he basically kicked me out. And then obviously followed up and ended up having a conversation the one time with him, not being argumentative or anything, but I called out Sue Serpo, who's in Boston 9/11, and Al, and the lady from TAP, Truth Action Project, Jean Laraton and them all, and I basically told them, like, there's been this debate or this debunking wars going on for all these years or whatever, and you guys don't really want to discuss evidence that your theories can't explain, and if you don't want to look at it or you just hand wave it away, how can you call yourself a truth seeker? And then the following day I get an email and say I'm now permanently banned from his 9/11 playroom that they hold. And the same issue now with Boston 9/11. I'm angry at these people because these people know the book has been out for 12 years. You've got guys like Craig McKee, who's now apparently one of the biggest challengers to Ted Walters and those guys, stating no, but he wants to argue with him that no plane hit, but he's best buddies with Richard Gage. So they're all a big little group playing a game of being or having problems with one another. And that keeps people busy over there, but none of them have got the balls to actually have an open discussion. And what Jean Laratonda said is he would actually have a debate with me in April. And he promised in front of 10 people that he will have that debate with me, and that was in February. And then the following morning I get an email saying I'm banned because I'm disruptive. And that's exactly what Sue Sipper said after the Boston one, because they kicked me out after 5 minutes because somebody was hacking their stream. After I was kicked off, they were still being hacked. Okay, so that wasn't me, so they can't say that was me. And then when Methyl was busy schooling Chandler and the guys, then we got this whole idea, no, we're not going to allow these people in because they're disruptive. Why? Because we're actually pointing out things that you've got flawed thinking.
Yeah.
The description there is very similar to Fetzer's behaviour. That was a very similar MO that you described with the Gene, what's his name? Fetzer used to do exactly that. He was. And the other thing I want to mention is that the people like Fetzer or this Gene character or Gage, we don't know what's in their past. I mean, to give you an example of Jeremy Riss, who had that moniker alien scientist, who also has done debunking videos of various types. It's not difficult to find out that he was with his girlfriend one time. This was probably 10, 12 years ago, probably longer actually. And he tried to hack her to death with a machete. And then some guys pulled him off, and he ended up in prison, for attempted murder or whatever it was. And the chap I got in touch with, Edgar Fouché, that's a whole other story which I won't discuss here. It's on my website if anybody's interested. He was sending Jeremy Riss stuff when he was in prison, and Jeremy Riss was sending Edgar Fouché stuff when he was in prison. And then he had to go on to parole, and he was living in his dad's basement while he was on parole. And he broke the terms of his parole, and he was rearrested. I mean, these are the sorts of people I think that you're dealing with. That we just see a talking head. We don't know what's in their past.
Yeah, but I even had an interaction with alien scientist on X. We had a to and fro, and I was basically busy schooling him there, and then he blocked me, and then he had a live going on, because obviously there's a.
What I mean is you're wasting your time, because he's just a potential murderer.
But I just want to tell you, he allowed me into his live stream, and then he threw me with a question that he thought that I couldn't answer. And when I was hounding points just like this, all of a sudden he saw, oh shit, I'm now going to and fro with somebody who actually can show that I'm a complete and utter shyster, and he then also just muted me, and then went on this massive tirade of how I'm crazy and this and da, and did a complete character assassination instead of addressing anything that I mentioned there. And this is how they all work. They will never allow an honest discussion on the evidence. They will sit in their little echo chambers with all the stupid people that follow them and think that they are following real truthers. But and that's the issue that we've got. And sorry, my whole aspect is, if you want to get somebody to know what the truth is, you take them directly to Dr. Wood's work. You don't tell them, oh, the building 7 fell. Oh, bugger that. Talk about the orphans. What about building 3, 4, 5, and 6? And what about the 8th building, the Bankers Trust building? As soon as you tell them about the Bankers Trust, nobody knows about the Bankers Trust. It's the same with Mark's work, with what he's uncovered with all the planes and the patents and everything that was put into 9/11 alchemy facing reality. And then you've got Adam Eisenberg, who was at the Pentagon, and when he wanted to present, he was only allowed 15 minutes, and then Gage wanted to bring up somebody to debunk Adam. And that's somebody who was in the Pentagon cleaning the... Oh, come on, man. Please.
I got to say this. I've shared emails with a lot of you guys. You're more than welcome to throw those emails out there. All the people you guys are talking about, they approached me like I was just another researcher. And as I shared with you gentlemen in emails leading up to this point, they've been in a very dark place for a long time. I've got these guys. So if you guys want to share any of that stuff, I would be happy to talk about them. But you guys, illuminating them is simple. You keep doing what you are doing, and that is to try to drag them out into discussion about it publicly. And the beautiful thing that we have right now is, in the last 4 years, the people that are controlling all the shots have shown us their capabilities. So the average person now sees it. But that being said, if you want to start to expose the counterintelligence operations, look at the way that they have responded to somebody that was provably there. And where it gets even worse, we haven't mentioned one name, Ken Jenkins. Who here knows Ken Jenkins?
I know Greg Jenkins.
I know the name, but I don't know anything about him. We came across him early on, but I don't know much about him. So yeah.
In my opinion, he's the one that's behind all of it. If you look into the Northern California 9/11 Truth Alliance, that's what Gage is a part of. He is a part of it as well. He's the one that came, and Gage invited him to do the 15-minute counter to mine. But if you look at those inner emails and all those interactions with all those people, David Chandler, Wayne Coastie, Ken Jenkins, Adam Fitzgerald, DJ Thermal Detonator, all these people, their interactions can be boiled down to 25 rules. Are you all familiar with the 25 rules of disinformation? Have you seen that? That's a quick and dirty way of explaining the tactics that these people use. But I came onto the scene at the end of 2020, and when I turned and started to try to get help, when I stumbled upon the people that I've stumbled upon at the Pentagon, who I have confirmed had no authority to be there, and I got confirmation from the incident commander, James Schwartz. But these people were basically there as firefighters when they were, in fact, weapons experts. And I've got these people saying things about energy weapons as well, you guys, and that's what I'm willing to share with you off camera. I'm putting this all into a series of presentations, but counterintelligence is real. And these people that you are talking about, in my humble opinion, are a part of it. And, I'm willing to put myself through any public test that goes all the way back to proving my birth certificates, time, location, all the schools I've ever been a part of, all the jobs I've ever been a part of, military records. People are willing to stand up on my behalf and state that they knew me back in grade school and in junior high and in high school. That's how you counteract these people. You ask them to go through those processes. And I've asked them, they run. I've asked these people in private emails, you know, I want you to prove you are not a counterintelligence professional, and I'm willing to go through the same process as you. They run. And I don't know if you guys knew this. I have a debate, a $5,000 debate challenge concerning the Pentagon. And of course, the experts know this. I'm actually 7-0 because they act like big shots when they receive the challenge, and then they take off and they run, and they act like I don't exist. And so, yeah, none of them want teamwork. They all want to keep things in this little bubble. Those emails that I've shared with you guys are just the tip of it. I've got 4 years of this stuff that I've been constantly just recording ever since I started to talk to these guys. And so I circled, I found the people that I found, and I started to investigate them. And then when I realized that I had quite a bit of information to show, I turned to the 9/11 Truth Movement. I started with Dan Hanley because I wanted a pilot. And I figured, you know, this pilot is going to talk about the absurdity. He ended up being a totally limited hang. He doesn't even take a position on the Pentagon. And then when I started asking him pilot questions, he told me that I needed to speak to David Chandler. Spoke to David Chandler. The very first time I ever interacted with him, we got into screaming matches with each other, even though I was extremely polite to him in my emails, which is funny. You guys saw those emails where I introduced myself. You guys also saw those emails where he talked about his flat earth experience, where he can't have civil conversations with people when he tries to reach out to people. Well, I have the same exact proof with him. And it just went on down the line. David Chandler then got his muscle men. These are guys like, and of course, I have no way to prove this. I only have timelines and how people showed up and never asked me questions. They always came attacking me. Guys like Adam Fitzgerald, Nelson Martins, Wayne Coastie, all these people. And I've sent you guys screenshots of all this stuff. Wayne Coastie told me to go away when I sent him a video of my lead suspect, and Wayne specifically wanted to talk about Pentagon damage. I gave him that too. Gave it all to him in a video. Here you go. Go away. Those were his words. So my interactions with these people go back years, and I'm willing to do anything to prove that I'm not a part of that shit and that they are. And I've got about 20 to 30 people in this list of people. And the scary thing is that some of these people agree with me on the issue. And I'll give you an example. I'm writing a book right now. I make no bones about that. It's a very public thing. I have an individual helping me edit that has worked with professional writers. And this individual gave me a non-disclosure agreement. He said, I personally use this in my work. If you have people that are helping you out, a team, so to speak, you need to also have them sign this because you're going to be discussing things that are proprietary in nature. He gave me his own NDA. I sent it to my guys that I was interacting with. Two of them were like, bang, here you go, done, let's go, let's roll. And that's the mentality that I'm looking for, that let's roll mentality. If that is in fact real, that's the type of energy I want with the people on my team, because the people that were faced with death that day didn't have a choice. So I want killers on my team. I'm an infantryman. Well, I sent this NDA to Craig McKee and to Adam Ruff. 1 day became 2, 2 became 3, 3 became 4. 9 days in, I finally was like, what are you doing here? Why are you on this team? And I had a series of years of experiences that led me just to believe that even people that agree with me on this issue are not capable of making waves, are not interested in making waves. Maybe they were interested 10 years ago. They don't have the energy. They don't have the steam. I don't know what it is. But I was starting to genuinely believe after Barbara Honegger, you guys saw the interactions that I had with her. I've got weird pictures of her giving what appears to be a Masonic grip to Ronald Reagan in the presence of George Bush.
You know, I got to know about her in 2007, and that came through Dr. Judy Wood met her at a presentation that Fletcher organised in Madison. And Barbara Honegger kept interrupting Dr. Wood's presentation. She had a mobile phone on, and Reagan was talking during the presentation. And she did it about 6 times, and finally she had to be told to leave the room because people were fed up on all the interruptions.
I've never been I've never been interviewed by anybody in such an aggressive way like Barbara Honegger interviewed me. I'm telling you guys, there's about 20 to 30 of them. The only strategy that they seem to have with me now is to act like I don't exist, or that I'm not a reliable witness. And I'll give you an example of how that
Your
happened.
experiences of them, very similar to mine. I mean, not that I've been in the military, and I think obviously you have that direct knowledge. It could be very dangerous. But what I write about in my books is very, very similar to what you've just described. And I was a person that was just ignored, and people were aggressive towards me. People that I thought would be on my side. That's really what my books are about. The people I thought would be on my side, try and work out why they weren't. And looking into that. Barbara Honegger, I think, is pretty clear. And you saw that picture. She was CIA. I'm almost certain of that. Not that she would ever admit it. And so there you go. And I think people have said there are more spooks than regular people.
Well, here's where it gets absolutely. And with Barbara Honegger, I mean, if you guys have really looked into my story, I would highly recommend, if you haven't, to do that. There's several podcasts where you can do that. But after September 11th, my company, Alpha Company 3rd U.S. Infantry, was the victim of an anthrax attack. Somebody had mailed anthrax to our base. Well, we all know the FBI allegedly had Bruce Ivins, that was apparently their guy doing it, although this anthrax came from American labs. I looked into this. There is no historical record of this attack, even though I personally witnessed with my own eyes. And I had a buddy of mine in my company submit a lay statement, because I had to prove that not only had the September 11th incident traumatized a lot of people in my company, but so did this one. Well, I looked at Barbara Honegger and I said to her, who are the anthrax experts? And she said, well, of course we are, the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry. And so I was like, okay, great. Do you want to bite down harder on this anthrax attack where there is absolutely no historical evidence or record of it? No, nothing. Done.
That reminds me quite a lot of the stories that the firemen started to speak out, firefighters started to speak out in the sort of few weeks following 9/11, cleanup and retrieval operations were still going on, and some were really obviously seeing that this wasn't right, that something very weird had happened, and they were starting to sort of say this publicly, and that's when they started circulating in the press stories of firefighters looting, and taking things off dead bodies or taking things out of the wreckage and selling them, or getting money off them. And there was no instances of that. So they just put out whatever story in the press, and most people just believe it's true.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it is wild right now what we are up against, and I know a lot of you guys have been at this for a long time. It can be disheartening. It can be crazy. You get exhausted with it. You have to take breaks with it. The only thing I can say, you guys, I turned to the truth movement, and I was ready to be like, let me do the heavy lifting. I was there, so I can literally show people documents and be like, let me come on and talk. I was there. I was a witness. So Norman has been wonderful in this regard. I'm happy to say Norman has been the most helpful person I have met in the 9/11 truth movement outside of my team so far, with just getting me in front of people. So thank you, Norman. I appreciate that. But you guys, anybody that will have me, I will, if you know people that will have me, I will come and I can give a 3-hour-long presentation where I drop shit tons of evidence. Norman, talk about the time where you and I had just a one-on-one conversation that morning where I showed you.
Yeah, it was close to 5 hours.
Oh, my bad. 5 hours. My bad. You guys, I can talk about this stuff for a while.
Bad because it's rock solid evidence. Nobody can deny that you weren't there. Nobody can deny what you've uncovered, because you saw people there. You were part and parcel of everything. You worked in a huge company that were storing airplane parts, so you know what you didn't see.
Well, and what I'm doing is basically gathering all the evidence, and here's a tiny little snippet. I can just talk about the things really quickly. This comes from an Arlington County Library oral history project from Charles A. Gibbs. He was a firefighter for 29 and a half years. He was a captain, and he was in charge of the training unit. So, on page 18 of this interview, I've printed it out. He says, just a few side notes that just enlightened to me and Chief Gray, particularly because we were at the heliport. A lady that works for the Pentagon works in the explosives area, and how explosives affect human behavior and things that happened, explained how the deaths occurred in the Pentagon. Because fire people reported they found people sitting at a table like this, just sitting there like they did not know. And she explained that the impact of the plane sent such a concussion inward that it sucks the air out of your system 100% immediately. She said that explains how they found people with no signs. That's what happens. She said it's instant just by force because they found probably a lot of people just like they were sleeping. And that's exactly what I saw. People that looked like they were sleeping. That was interesting to find out the reasons. She said that was a very common thing of how that happens. And so that's just one example, you guys. And I've been digging through every possible source. I even had to get all to the bottom of like how my unit, the Old Guard, came on site, because in the 9/11 Commission report and in Arlington County's after action review, you can't find that. So I'm also engaged in a research project now, which shows the Swiss cheese and all the documents. So that being said, I will go and talk to anybody, anytime, anywhere about this. You line them up. You tell me you've got somebody. I will be there anytime. And I mean, whether, like Norman said, I can provide a 5-hour evidence discussion, or I can do 30 minutes to an hour. It doesn't matter. But this process has been extensive, and it's all going into a book, and I'm working very hard on it. So,
but Adam, also this is where Mark Conlon can come in and also talk to you about what he believes happened there as well, because I think there was also, even whilst you were there, you were also swindled a little bit with regards to them saying high heat, because if you look at the pictures and everything that was in 9/11 Alchemy Facing Reality, and what Chris Hampton and Marcus uncovered. Mark, can you maybe interject with regards to the pictures of the people, and all the weird effects that rings through all three sites?
Yeah. Thanks for bringing me in. What I come across was when we was doing the Alchemy film, I was looking at a lot of evidence. There was official evidence as well that was put out. Photos of bodies that were fully clothed, yet their bodies underneath were completely looked like they'd been burnt really bad. Yet the clothes were intact, which shouldn't be the case. If you've had a high heat, your clothes wouldn't be intact the way there was in them pictures. There's other things there to do with the fire truck. It was completely wilted. You had people's watches stopping. You had clocks stopping. Something was affecting the batteries and things like that. You've obviously driven know about the guardrails around where the official flight path was, and the unofficial flight path. They had elements of transmutation. They were rusting up. The guardrails was, if you look at them in certain places, and it's just really strange elements to do with that building. That if you look at some of the photographs, there's like pockets of areas that have been destroyed, which you can't really account if it was a plane or possibly a missile. Not ruling out a missile or delivery system of this illusion technology they've got, but it just did not look conventional. And that's a lot of the things we picked up at that we put in the film. Plus, they put the water features in, which I think is a significant area to do something with this quenching of this energy that they've used. And the other thing was, which we found, I found, was the seismic readings for the alleged plane crash was non-existent, but the seismologists put it down to an electrical disturbance, which is what we had at Shanksville and what we have at the Twin Towers, which we had them type of disturbances happening. So a lot of what we're looking at with the damage for me looked like, you know, several areas had been hit with a directed energy, and it wasn't just one area. And we sort of had some of them circular holes as well at the top where they destroyed the building a bit later after the alleged plane hit, which was significant with some of the buildings. I think it's WTC5 with the cylindrical holes, cutouts, scoops. So there was a lot of things that, you know, really analogous to what happened, what Dr. Judy Wood had presented her evidence for the Twin Towers and that complex being destroyed. So we sort of came to the conclusion that is, you know, probably directed energy that was involved in damaging that, you know, causing that damage with the building. Really.
But there was an interview with Andrew Johnson and Dr. Wood where they both basically mentioned that there are similarities, but there's not enough information that you can gather, because obviously it's the Pentagon, so you can't get the stuff there. But if you look at those small little things, like you mentioned, the fire truck that wouldn't start, the back of it being wilted, the cars in front of it looking exactly the same as you had at all the toasted cars at the World Trade Center, and then obviously the water features that are telling, and then the rusting of those guardrails as well.
Oh, they even put trees where the guardrails were rusting.
Yes.
And, you know, and in the one section where the alleged official plane path, they literally had to take out the guardrail because it was rusting up that bad. They didn't even bother to replace it in the end, which was highly strange, really. And similarly with Shanksville, obviously, we found out that there was levitational effects there, electrical disturbances, you know, these unusual fires, which is what you had at the Pentagon as well, erupting, you know, days later. Strange fires.
There's actually a live feed that they had on the day where the news announcers were talking about these fires that the fireman was struggling to put out, and whilst they had the live feed on the Pentagon, another fire just started right on a live feed.
Yeah. I mean, there's something that me and Chris, well, more so with Chris, he looked into what they call blooming effects, thermal blooming, which is what we do see that at the Pentagon, especially on the impact. You'll see a complete a burst of sort of strange fire up you know, towards the camera along that building. Yet that's never really discussed up there about that. And plus we got the Earth's magnetic fluctuation at exactly you know, 9:37:38.
So the metals rusting effect. So how do you guys explain that? Is that because the alloy ingredients?
Yes.
Taken out. Can you explain that elaborately, because that's pretty important? Yeah,
it's galvanized steel. Them guardrails they use in guardrails. Now that's got the element of zinc, which stops the rusting. Now, if you read Where Did the Towers Go, Dr. Wood discusses about a lot of those elements, what were affected, or how they were, call it, performing when that environment was happening with the directed energy at the towers. But if you translate that over to the Pentagon with the guardrails, now, to me, I'll say what I believe caused the rusting was the zinc was affected, because it's the zinc that merger what stops the rusting.
Yeah, so I'm quite familiar with the galvanizing steel process. So what they do is they'll take just regular steel and they'll dip it in a galvanizing bath, and then put a coat of zinc over the steel. But I remember at the trade centers, the firemen Scott packs were going off, which means directed energy weapon had a residual effect of making the steel weak, so it didn't have its bonding strength. But I'm just wondering. I'm thinking that transmutation to the alloy ingredients of the metal allows it to rust. But I wonder if you guys could maybe expand on that.
Well, it wasn't just the. You see, you've got the zinc with the batteries, you see, and a lot of people's watches were affected.
Yeah.
You've got clocks stopping, battery operated clocks, which could have been from.
To know what happened, I mean, on your point, Chris, nuclear changes were probably happening. I mean, one of the things that, if you've listened to Bob Grenier on the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, I think he's one or two insights into this, quite a few probably actually. And one of them, I think, that when he and I had conversations was, Jones used to go on about sulfidation of the steel and said that there was sulfur in it, and therefore that was proof of thermate, which is the thermite with sulfur added. And what Bob Grenier noted was, and I may have got this slightly wrong, so I didn't check the periodic table, but this was I think if you increase the atomic number of oxygen, it becomes sulfur, or the other way around. So there's a relationship between the atomic number of sulfur and oxygen. So, sorry?
2/16.
Yeah, that's right. If you put two oxygens and you merge them together, you get sulfur, something like that, two oxygen nuclei. Yeah. So I think that's probably why Jones came out with the sulfidation as next, to say, oh, that was evidence. And really, it wasn't that. It was the fact that oxygen nuclei had merged together with this process, which probably affected the zinc in a similar way and changed it into something else. So it made the watch battery stop working, and it affected the barriers and so on. So it's all to do with transmutation, because that's, Chris's film title, 9/11 Alchemy, is a title well chosen, for that very reason.
All right, and just to chime in, guys. I just wanted to chime in. Adam is leaving.
Yes.
Sorry, Chris.
Well, I mean, the cars at the WTC Trade Center, I mean, just the next day they were really going into a rusting phase. So that they're just you could see how badly twisted they were and just ridiculous looking. And I think the alloying ingredients inside the steel somehow just kind of leached out, I think, and then it was just like iron that can rust very quickly. Like if you see a rust film on an iron skillet pan, how quickly it develops. I think that was happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks. I just wanted to chime in. Yeah, so Adam is saying he's leaving, guys. He has dad duties. I just want to, and also he wants to happy set up meetings with everyone. And also, if you want to chime in and say bye if you have time.
I'd love to say this to you guys really quickly. As I said earlier, I stumbled onto some people who were very exotic weapons experts, and these people talked about their experiences with directed energy weapons. And furthermore, I've got these people up in the towers doing studies after the 93 incident. Saying a lot of crazy things. So, gentlemen, if you are a believer that energy weapons is the best route to explain what happened in 9/11, and I believe you are, I would love to set up more talks with you. And Matthew, I would absolutely love to show you these documents. You can review them, pass them out. And, for those of you that have gotten those documents from the emails recently, where I shared with you some of my atomics, so to speak, on some of these truthers, send them to them. Use those however you want to use those. You have my permission. Ask them questions. Why would you do this to this person who proved that they were there? And if you want to talk further strategy, just shoot me an email. We can go there.
Adam,
Yeah.
maybe instead of Matthew having me on to talk about the Pentagon, maybe he should have you on, please.
Yeah, or
Whenever.
both. Or both of you guys can show up if you want. And also about the emails, I looked at some of them. If you could forward them instead, because the screenshots are very hard to read. They're really small. But I looked at some of them. The Christopher Bolin, he's acting dumb about he's definitely acting dumb about the plane polls. For example, he was asked right here. He says, very good photos, Adam. I wonder how we can explain the bent light poles if we say no Boeing hit the Pentagon. But it's like...
You've already been explained.
Well, the thing is, the light poles prove it wasn't the Boeing. So it's the opposite way.
And I thought that he would want to get involved, because I read an interview, or I listened to an interview where he talked about how the feds came to his house, slammed him down, beat the shit out of him in front of his family, took him in. I thought for sure this guy's going to want to get involved. It's personal.
That's what I thought, Adam. But just look at his website and look at the comments on Dr. Judy Wood. That's how involved he wants to be.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Not at all.
So Christopher Bolin actually came to Boston 9/11 Truth and gave a big presentation to everybody, and we went out to dinner with him. And my opinion is that he really steers the whole truth movement into the direction that Israel did it, and the Israel acted alone. And there are even some members in a group that didn't want to come because of that approach.
Sure.
So I think that's his narrative that Israel did alone, and it makes it kind of look like 9/11 truthers are anti-Semitic. So that I think that's what he's really doing. In his presentation, he actually pointed to Dick Cheney and said, "This nice-looking guy." So he was like talking favorable about. And he never. I think that was only one time in his presentation that he maybe said something about Cheney and Bush, and when he said it, he said it was very positive. But
well, in fairness to him, he might have thought that I was Jewish. My last name is Eisenberg. I'm not Jewish. My dad was never Jewish. My grandfather was Jewish until he was not given a bar mitzvah as a kid, and that was like he was done with Judaism then. So that was ages ago. I'm not religious. I am not religiously motivated, but I could see why he would be like, well, I've got a problem. Israel did all this. This guy's got a Jewish sounding last name. So I don't know, but you guys saw those emails, and you're more than welcome to release those after that.
It was Richard Gage that invited him to come over and speak with us. So that's a lot, right?
Don't even get me started on Richard Gage. I call him, Limelight Dick. But yeah.
And also, but Richard Gage, if you notice his email, this was pointed out by Norman. His Richard Gage is R Gage 33, so it's a Freemason 33-degree Mason number. And also, if you see his during the last Zoom call, he was doing the Freemason. Pretty much, it's like a Freemason hand gesture the entire time. I have some screenshots.
Yeah, but also the thing with Boylan, also the main thing with the whole truther movement, and then especially Boylan with these whole little. It was Israel bullshit, is to get people riled up with regards to that, and not to talk about ARA or SIAC, the US military involvement, Boeing, all those guys. And that's the main thing. We've got to talk about everything else, but we are never going to point the fingers to the 23 NIST subcontractors who were in charge of cleanup, security, writing faulty NIST reports, and covering up the cover-up of the cover-up. That's the main thing.
SEIC are one of the key elements. I mean, you've seen that video where it says SEIC with the heart of 9/11, and that's one of their promo videos.
Yeah,
and also they run psychological operations in Iraq, and they do research into directed energy weapons. So their role, to me, is central. Nobody really knows, why that company gets so much money. It goes into black budget programs. I mean, I knew them 20 years ago, when I was looking at all the UFO stuff. Which is how I got into all of this, and that was thanks to Steve Greer, who's also a little off. But there you go. Anyway, that's all in my book.
You guys, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Adam. Have a good one, Adam.
Nice to meet you.
Individually, I'll be in touch.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and
brilliant,
you can
man.
join the stream on the 14th with Norman if you want.
No, he's got you.
Yeah,
I'll ask the boss if I got anything going on that day, and if I don't, we're on.
all right, sounds good.
See you guys.
Take care.
See you, Adam.
So is everyone familiar with Pascal Bouzelli that surfed down 22
The
stairs?
9/11 surfer from the 22nd floor, yes.
So you guys are putting together supplementary evidence after the fact to Dr. Judy Wood's work. I think that's important. Are we all making an effort to do that?
No, I've got various videos on this.
You want to comment on that, Andrew?
Sorry?
Yeah, please comment on that, because I mean, there's still supplementary work that we can be doing, like the actual locations of the directed energy weapons, and then
maybe wouldn't answer that. I know that other people don't come up with things. I mean, to give you an example, somebody sent me very interesting video analysis of flashes that were recorded during the destruction of the towers or while it was happening and stuff. And that I posted that on my website. I don't know, 3 or 4 months back now, I think it was. And that was, I think, was sent to me anonymously, or I posted it anonymously. And I didn't really study it that much. But then somebody else picked it up and they kind of did a re-edit or something. But essentially, the way I looked at it for me personally is that the case is already proven. So, and people have asked us, Doctor, we're going to do a second book, and I think at one time she did have some intentions of doing that. But she just said, well, if I did, it'd just be more of the same, and I think the deliberate decision with me is to put everything in the first book so that it was all there, and that was basically case closed, so it's great that other people are still looking and, and saying, oh, look at this, Andrew, this also supports what you're saying. And I go, yeah, that's great. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Because it's true, and that's kind of my reaction, of gratitude, but I don't really know what else to do because we've already got that massive volume. And
I realize you have the bulk of the evidence, but it's still just a very interesting topic to solve this puzzle, because it's very it's a very important puzzle to solve. Are you familiar with the wave, the smoke wave penetrating? A line of smoke is penetrating the building wall captured by a Brazilian newscast even before the towers fell. And this smoke wave comes out of the side of the building, in a wave pattern, and it could be very, very easily to figure out that the wave pattern is correlated with the placement of the DEWs inside the building. It's more research. I'd like to get into it if I had the time, but
possibly, yeah. I mean, people. It's true what he's saying, and that people do want to know whose weapon it was, where it was placed, how it worked. But I think maybe people will be able to deduce that from things such as you've mentioned.
Yeah.
But,
I think that's what Matthew can do there.
Yeah. I was going to chime in actually. So the mystery flashes, Andrew. I got it from yours, and I'm the one who made the video, the compilation. I'm the one who just took it to another level.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm the one. I sent it to you. Yeah, so I sent that one to you. That was pretty amazing. I do like that mysterious flashes. I like exposing things that, like a lot of things that haven't been covered. And another one, I don't know if you've seen it, but Chris Bergier actually sent me it. It was the one about that mysterious object flying to the east of the second quote plane. There's a mystery plane on the left. There's a mystery plane on the west. But there's a video it literally shows a mystery object flying parallel to the actual second plane the entire time, and then the other one I did see that smoke trail with the wave interference. Chris, if you could send that again, I want to look at it more closely. But I think you are onto something because the UFO one was actually sent to me by Chris. So I think Chris has a unique eye that but I think Mark Conlon has looked at it before, but was not aware about it until Chris sent me the email. And if you've seen it, Andrew, it's one of those where it kind of fits. It's like the projected hologram tech kind of becomes more like in your face, where it's harder to argue against. I don't know if
it could be that originally I thought that black dot was projecting the hologram.
No, that's what I'm thinking it is. Yeah, I think you're actually right about it. Because the black object, so what you showed me is just a screenshot, but if you see it in slow motion and look at it, it trails it way beyond just that few hundred feet. It's literally at least like 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet away and following it through past the cloud the entire time. So it's not just a random artifact. It's an actual object on it. I could... If I could share the screen, who hasn't seen it, I could share it if you guys want. I do want to show Andrew that one.
Yeah. It was part of Richard Hall's work, and I did send Andrew it a long time ago in an email.
No, but Richard never mentioned it. I don't believe he mentioned it.
Yeah, he never mentioned it.
No, that's why. So I cannot believe I did not see that one. And that was a great find. I'll show the mystery object. So I'll share my screen in case, unless you guys want to see on the YouTube. But I can share it right now just to show the audience. I'm gonna share this for Andrew Johnson just because you are right. You've done a lot of stuff, and in a way, I just want to show it to you because you've been at this for a while. Just to show you that there is new info, and some of them, some of them are more excited to show it. Like for example, me, I do like going on this, and I'll be doing this forever, so do not worry about me. So I am showing my screen right now. This right here is this is the Roberto Cervantes Liberty State, New Jersey City video. So this is a rare second angle of the quote second plane gliding into the South Tower, and only footage that I've seen. Mark Cullen mentioned there was another one, but I could not verify it. It was hard to see. That I've seen in which a mystery object can be seen flying parallel to it from the east side. Compare this with Evan Fairbanks' footage, which shows a mystery plane, and then I think this is the first one I've seen. It was showing it before the impact, and the mystery plane resembles, but is not the Delta Airlines. After talking to Mark Cullen, so flying parallel to the west. So on the left of this screenshot, there's a mystery plane, but it's a bit further out. And then on the east, the footage actually shows one. And I said, could this be a mystery object? Could this mystery object be the one projecting the second plane? And I think this is as close to irrefutable, in my humble opinion, as it gets. And this is, again, thanks to Chris Bergier. So here's a screen. I don't know if you get... There's audio in the beginning, and I do slow motion. So there's the... Can you see it?
I'm on my phone, so I'm not going to see it because I couldn't get my camera working on my laptop. So
you can't see the... but can you see it on your phone, at least?
It's going to be too small to see the dot or whatever.
Well, I'm gonna zoom in a bunch. So if you make your phone sideways, I'm gonna zoom in. So, so I don't know if you've seen, but I will make this bigger.
Yeah. Why?
Okay.
Why he did that?
So so let me know if Andrew, can you see anything close to here? So, I'm zooming in a lot. I have a pointer right there. There's a mystery object right here. There's a quote.
I don't know where to look for it. I'll have to look at this footage. I don't recall seeing this footage. So
no, I know, but can you see the? Can you see it on your phone right now, or no? I'll send you the link anyways.
No, it's too small.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I can send you my poster. I took some screenshots of it, Andrew. I'll email it to you again, but it's right there.
Yeah. No. What I mean is, the footage I sent. I don't know if I sent it to you an email as well, Chris. It shows up before just that screenshot, way before. So here's the screenshot.
Okay.
So look how far away it is. So there's the quote plane.
Yeah.
And then you're going to see the object right there's the object right there. And, and it follows. So it's not just right at the building. So you can't just say it's an artifact. So it's there. There's a mystery object. It's moving to it, and it has a similar dark, blurry, like light effects as the other plane. And there, it's still there. It's still flying past past the cloud. It's still there, and it's going roughly 500 plus miles an hour. It's still, right. It's not just perspective. It's still going that like roughly that fast. Okay, so there is that mystery object. It's the first one I've seen that's on the east. And I will send a link to this. Yes, I'll send you the link and also put it in the chat.
And you also have that eyewitness video, which was the first time I saw that. That was great. So we have an eyewitness
saying,
and we have the object.
What was
Yep.
What was the eyewitness one? What did he say?
He was the UFO guy.
The UFO. Okay, yeah.
I sent, yeah.
Yeah, so that's another one. I don't know if Andrew, if you've seen it. There's a person saying that he saw a UFO at 9/11, and there's another one. There's another one that I posted. I got it from at the Pentagon. Someone said that the object appeared to be invisible. So this is from a Pentagon witness.
That's off the WTC7 research database. That's something I was going to put in my book. That one.
Oh, I thought it was it Pentagon or no? This was the Pentagon one.
Pentagon, that is, yeah.
Yeah. So the Pentagon. This person was astonished, saying buildings don't need planes, etc. And then it says, I want to make it make sense. I want to know why there's this gap in my memory, this gap that makes it seem as though the plane simply became invisible and banked up at the very last minute. And also it was astonished that the buildings, it's saying buildings don't need planes. It vanished and so on. Airplanes didn't crash. That's what the witness is saying. And yeah, so again, that object is flying to the west. I mean, to the east,
Can I just mention as well, you've got one directly above the plane. You've got about three. Well, you got that particular object you're showing there. There's one more or less directly above the plane as well.
Oh, is there? If you could send.
I don't know if you can. Can you share screens? Can you?
You want to share your screen?
I've got a picture on here.
Yeah, you
Or I
can either
can
share
send
it
it to you.
or send me on Facebook, or I'll show it. But I could, you could present up to
I'll
you, or
copy the image and
yeah, or you could send it to me on
I'll
Telegram.
I'll send it to you on.
Yeah, Telegram or
Yeah.
Facebook and whatnot. Yeah, so with me, I avoided a lot of the plane stuff for just because, again, like Andrew Johnson was saying, the dustification is very obvious. It's very in your face. And the plane one, even if you say, okay, it wasn't a real Boeing, then you got to be like, well, what happened to passengers? What was it then? Then you'd be like, then you're entering different realms of, well, is it CGI, blah, blah, blah. But hologram, and this is before the knowledge of hologram tech was actually being pushed. And then until I came across the 9/11 alchemy, I'm like, all right, this is pretty good. And then once I got Mark Conlon on the live stream, and then I'm starting to piece a lot of the pieces together. Because, for example, the rubble or the debris, the plane debris, that still needed to be explained. I didn't know how to explain it. I doubt it was like planted per se, but I think it was planted before the explosion. That's my current take, which I think is very.
See, what you got to remember, them floors have been had work being done on them. You had the Pentagon having work done in them particular areas.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it would be quite easy to plant particular items of planes.
Oh, okay.
In some of them in the buildings.
Yeah, that's what I think.
But another thing was, it was interesting how they could sync the explosion at the impact of the plane within a hundredth of a second. That seemed that's pretty good. And then I also want to make another point too, Matt, that you should do a study on the wind direction at the Twin Towers on 9/11 throughout the day, because if they didn't have the wind at the right direction and the right velocity, they wouldn't be able to remove all that dust off the building effectively. If the wind was going too slow, I mean, all of Manhattan would have filled up with dust, and nobody would have been able to see the plane hit the tower. And I really think that they used the hurricane to get the wind going at just the right direction and just the right velocity, so the dust cloud wouldn't obstruct the view of the plane coming into the tower. I don't know if you've done research on that, but that's a topic that you should do some research on, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We'll look at it. And right now, I'm sharing Mark Conlon's photo right now. If you can see that. I just want to make a point right here. This mystery plane on top, that's further away. So that's smaller and it's further away. So this is on the east. So that's a second mystery plane on the east. It's not this one. This one.
I don't think your screen is being shared unless it's just me.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, it shows that I'm sharing the screen. And so then someone in the chat, Paul, was thinking it's that mystery object could be a helicopter. That's one possibility, but I just have to double check. But it seems to be going a bit faster than I would think. Helicopters can go about 200 miles an hour.
I don't think a chopper can fly at 500 miles an hour.
I think it's going faster than that.
It's Airwolf from the 1980s sitcom series.
Well, yeah. Well, there's this photo right here shows what appears to be two helicopters. One of them is lower altitude. The other one is a higher one. If it was, it could be this one. But it seems to be going much faster. But again, you have to calculate a distance and so on. That's why I haven't rushed to full judgment, because I need to see multiple videos. And then this
going back to the planted bits.
Yeah.
If you look at the Flight 93, some of the photos that I obtained from that cleanup, you can clearly see they've planted. There's at least one item that don't show up anywhere in any of the inventory for the evidence plane debris, and that is a planted wing on top of, which is not even a Boeing 757 wing or a United. So that had to be planted evidence.
Yeah, I have seen that one of yours. That one. If you could send that photo again, just to show people what that means.
That's I
saw that one.
Significant photo. It's an official photo. It's not. It's come from their sources, which I'm using to obviously against them. If you get what I mean, to prove the fraud of that. But I'll just send that. I'll send it over. You can see for yourself.
Yeah, I did see that one. I've never seen that wing before. It was on top of the thing. And is there any explanation for it? Yeah, is there any explanation for it or no?
Well, what what I've been trying to do is I've got thousands of documents that I've been going through, and I'm using their own evidence against them. Like I said, I think I sent Norman some great accounts from people which they've never seen the light of day. What, for example, I know people like to talk about the passengers. I can categorically prove that the commission investigators, they knew Mark Bingham wasn't on that plane because he wasn't assigned a seat number, and that's why his name didn't show up on the flight manifest, and that's fully admitted in their documents.
Yeah, that is epic. The Mark Bingham, I read your Substack on that, and that I hope to dive into that on the 21st. And it's go on.
That picture there is it's a wing, but that is not a wing from a United Airlines 757.
Yeah, and it's
not in the same livery colours as Flight 93, so that has to be.
Yeah, and it's much larger.
And it was and there's no chain of custody. That's the other thing. If you go into all their investigation files, there's no chain of custody for any of those pieces of debris. None whatsoever. You've got chain of custody for all the other stuff, but none for the debris to do with the planes.
Yeah,
obviously they were never there.
So, Mark, are you familiar with the debris they found 11 or 12 years later in New York City?
Yeah. Between the two buildings.
That story.
Yeah, the one with the rope, and they have the rope there too on it.
It was wedged in between a narrow alley between two buildings, and they say they found it 11
and it was the
years
Islamic
later.
Center too. It's a new Islamic Center that was being built.
Oh, really?
The thing is with all that is, we've got the evidence to show that they've admitted they never matched any of that debris via serial numbers.
But I mean, one reason why they do that is they're trying to get the 9/11 story into the American psyche again. They're always bringing something up to
but there's a reason. There's also a reason why they couldn't match it, and that is because the four named planes, obviously still in the air. We can prove that. Telemetry. I've got tons of telemetry data that prove that some of the flights, at least 3 of the flights were duplicated. They were in 2 different places at the same time. And the other thing is that the most damning piece of evidence for them, again, this is all their own evidence that you can use to prove. You can use against David Challoner. There's no emergency locator transmitter signal that goes off when a plane crashes. Not one.
So Mark, I just wondered. I'm really looking forward to your book. I hope it's the size of Dr. Judy Wood's book with all these nice photos and all these explanations. And the sooner you release this, the sooner you're going to make a shitload of money, man. So I hope you do. Okay.
Not in it for the money.
Not the money, but it should compensate you on all the time that you spent. There's value there, and just like Dr. Wood, she deserves to make some money off of her book. I believe if you have the best planes book on 9/11, which I'm confident that you will. I just wondered how soon are you going to be able to get it out?
It's still ongoing. I can't even put a date on it because I find things. I've said to Matt, I've got over thousands of documents now, and I've archived them. I've made them available in a digital format. I've even created some into paper-based. So people can ever look through them. If ever I do presentations, they're all put into folders. And now this is their own evidence that you can use against them and quite easily prove that the 4 named planes never crashed at the 4 named targets. They were all still there.
But are you also working at putting your best evidence into a really good presentation, like that's 2 hours long?
Well, I managed to get it into an hour with that germ warfare.
Yeah. Well, I just think that's necessary, and I hope you can do that. I hope, and maybe other people can help you do it too, but I think it's very important for the 9/11 Truth Movement that you get your best evidence into at least a 2-hour presentation.
Well, a lot of Mark's,
What's
sorry
that?
to interject, but a lot of Mark's information is in the 9/11 Alchemy Facing Reality movie, around about an hour and a half of that.
Yeah.
3-hour documentary is pretty much all the plane evidence that Mark did, and also the other sites, and it's also over 2 different documentaries with I think you also feature in 9/11 Alchemy, the big idea as well.
Well,
Yeah.
the only thing about that is that if you could just concentrate on the planes, you might have more reach to some other 9/11 truthers that might steer away from it if they think it's related to DEW. But if it's just like 100% planes, that's my only suggestion.
Well,
I think there's a need for that, Mark.
Well, that's where I was going to break up the book into 3 parts, and maybe do 2 books, because I was coming at it from, because I've obviously evolved the research since I first started, which was, you can't just say to somebody, no planes hit the towers.
Right.
They're just going to think you're a complete nut job. Not
Right.
that I'm bothered that they think that, but if
Right.
you're going to prove the case, I went back and I thought, how am I going to do this? And the way I'm come at it now, which is quite a big change for me, is I've gone forward and I've said, right, to prove that point that them named, I have to use the correct language, what we were talking about earlier. The 4 named planes, I have to prove that they never went to them targets. And then I have to prove where they was
Right.
at the time of the crashes. And you can do that with at least, I mean, Flight 93 is the strongest evidence for that, really. But you can prove it for 11. I've got strong evidence for 11. That was still airborne, flying to Washington at 9, quarter past 9.
But it just really has to be put into a bookmark that the people can digest, you know, and then also make it easy. Don't make it too complex, but just put the real highlights, because I think, you know, Dr. Judy Wood does a really good job of making her book like 10th grade high school level, and that's you know, that's what you have to do. And then
there's a lot of things I can't include.
I mean, you'll get 100,000 people buying this book, Mark, on Amazon. Okay, so you know, hats off to you if you can do it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I am trying to distill it down, because there's areas where you can prove. Obviously, the ELTs is one of them. Mm-hmm. There's not one for any of the flights. I've got that.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to bow out now. So I'll say thanks very much to all of you, and all that each individually doing, and long may it continue. And we'll probably speak to many of you again on the anniversary.
The 11th, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew.
Take care.
Yeah, thanks,
See
Andrew.
you, Andrew.
Great having you on here.
I'll see you at Booth Fog.
Bye. Yeah, all right. I'll see you there. Bye for now.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
So what we're saying is, you've got the ELTs. That's official evidence. I've got a testimony to the commission investigators explaining that you cannot manually activate an ELT, because people have tried to say, oh well, because a couple of ELTs went off shortly before that the towers at 8:44, they're trying to attribute it to 11, but you can't manually set off an ELT. So you can't do that in Boeing 767. So you couldn't do it in Flight 175 either, which they said, oh, there was an ELT reported at 8:58.
So did real passengers go up missing? Real people that boarded the planes, are they no longer to be found, and did they really die?
I think it's a mixture of both.
It's a mixture of it. You see, we can't. The thing is, what people want to do, they want to put all the passengers into one category. They're all either fictional, or they're real. What you find from the evidence is you've probably got a mixture of both.
So real passengers died, because
real passengers, from what I've looked into.
But people always want to know. They said, okay, so if real passengers died, how did they die, and where did they go?
I'll give you an example. And I'll try and use my best example, because I can use the examples with the other flights as well. So take Flight 77 at Dulles Airport. Okay, so we know from the positional data that when that plane was parked up, it was parked up on the opposite side of the concourse at Dulles. It was not at gate D26. But I've obtained photographs of passengers at Dulles Airport about to board at gate D26 are playing. So what plane were they boarding? Then we have the BTS data, Bureau Transportation Statistics, and that tells us that Flight 11 the wheels off, never left the ground. So did they board a plane at gate D26 that never took off, and another plane took off from a gate on the opposite side of the concourse?
Yeah, when I was, just flying out of Boston Airport one time, I had a captain right next to me, and I just wanted to ask him what he thought about, 9/11 being an inside job. He got very defensive, and he said, "Well, I know someone that died, in the plane. So there's people that know some people that died. So if they know somebody that died, that means a real person died." So,
yeah, and this is how it would have worked. So if we go to United, so we got some evidence at Flight 77 of passengers at the gate, and it's at gate D26, which is the official gate, and we've got a picture of a plane at gate D26 as well, although I can't identify that plane as a tail number. But now with Flight 93, you've got a fueler named Anthony Mazza, who finished his fueling duties, went on board the plane to get the slip of paper and exchange. Now he encounters the the deputy pilot. What's the name of them? Not the captain.
Co-pilot.
Co-pilot.
Pilot. Yeah.
He encounters him, and it's not the co-pilot who's named as being the pilot for that plane. The co-pilot. So if you juxtapose that then, so we've got a testimony there, and that's in the 9/11 Commission investigation files. So he encounters a pilot that's not the pilot, co-pilot, which is Leroy Homer for a start. That guy was a black guy. Now this guy wasn't black, totally different, and he wasn't the captain either that he encountered. A different person, and he went to the FBI and told them this. It's in his testimony. Now what you've got the problem with Flight 93 is you've got the Bureau Transportation Statistics says that wheels off time for Flight 93 was at 8:28, not 8:41 or 8:42. It was at 8:28. So you've got a plane. Now, the wheels off time cannot be wrong because that's done automatically through sensors in the plane. That tells you when the wheels leave the ground, loses contact. That triggers the sensor, and it collects that information. And that information is also collected in the ACARS data, which is sent over through the ACARS, through the Bureau Transportation Statistics. So there's no human error to do with the wheels off time. So you've got the plane taking off early. Now, when you look at further on into the data, you've got ACARS data showing Flight 93 over Champaign, Illinois, which is nowhere near Pittsburgh. And you've got Colonel Marr on record. He's saying he was told Flight 93 was circling over Chicago, which is near Champaign, Illinois. It's not too far away. So you've got one plane over there at 10:10 after the crash being reported and in contact with the ACARS ground stations in that vicinity. But you've also got air traffic control, who they say the last coordinates for Flight 93 actually places it 15 miles past the crash site.
Well, do you believe that any of the passengers on the planes were they killed, or like the people in the Twin Towers? I mean, did you think they took a plane somewhere and just killed the passengers? Well,
it looks that way. It looks the way of, if you take somebody like Nicole, what's her name? Nicole.
Well, there's the other one I want to bring
wrote
up.
about her.
Yeah.
Go
on.
She's a real death.
Okay.
She really died. There's photos. You can see. There's some disinformation doing the rounds a few months ago of her meant to be at Newark Airport, but it wasn't. It was from a day or two earlier. She was taking an American.
I mean, there's real people that went missing.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really hide that. You know, when all the
collateral damage. That's
person's
what
not
you
here.
call collateral
You see,
damage.
what would have happened is, you see, if let's talk about Flight 11, right? Okay, Flight 11. What would have happened? You would have had people. Again, they can't get the gate story straight. For one, you've got people allegedly getting on at gate 32 at Boston, which you'd know quite well. Yet the press are reporting that the passengers boarded at gate 26. Now again, you got the BTS saying Flight 11 never took off, and it had an unknown tail number. Then you've got the ground station recording communications, which shows a plane did take off from gate 32. So what I've deciphered through this information, rather than trying to override one piece of information than the other, if you look simply, you've got two pieces of information. You're getting this duplicate flight all the time. It's a common theme with the flights. This is why you had Flight 11, which was still airborne after it had meant to be crashed into the Twin Towers. It was on its way to Washington.
Right.
Now, to me, when you listen to the phone calls, Betty Young and Amy Sweeney, they both twice said they was on Flight 12, not Flight 11. You see, so this ties into some of the type war games, military operation. Now, I've got a witness statement which shows there was no crew that showed up for Flight 11. There was only two that was seen by the cleaner, when there should have been all the crew gathered on the plane before it's going to depart and start loading the passengers on at 7:30. Now he said between 7 and 7:30 he only seen two crew members on the plane, which he thought, and he even expressed it as odd. It didn't leave them very little time to get their duties in order for that plane to be taking off. So what it looks like is you probably had Betty Young and Amy Sweeney and like a skeleton crew that were on the Flight 11 from gate 32 that took off. They made the hijacking phone calls, part of the script, which it was scripted, which you can look into that. And that plane flew to Washington.
But they didn't make it on a regular cell phone. They made it on some type of a government.
That was on there to reservation from the phone on the plane, not cell phones.
The built-in phone.
Oh, I just want to chime in about the built-in phone. You guys have seen that CC Lyles, the one that she says it's a frame, the cell phone call?
Yeah. There's also a contention over that. She could have said, you did good, or you did great. Sorry, you did great.
Right.
Rather than it's a frame.
I know that the character Rebecca Roth came onto the scenes, and for a little while I was supporting her, and then I realized that maybe she's disinformation because she never reveals herself. It's also strange that her last name is Roth. I mean, that's kind of like Rothschild. You know,
and she made it on.
Did you want to comment on her, or do you care? What was her role? Was it to put some disinformation out?
Well, she's mixed a lot of fiction in.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of people don't decipher that as fiction.
Right.
Whereas what I've tried to do is I've got testimony and documents.
Right.
Like the cleaner, Wayne Kirk, who's saying, hang on, there's no crew showing up for this flight, which I think's odd. But that's what he says. He thought it was odd that he finished his cleaning on Flight 11 and there was only two crew members there.
Well, she also says that the flight landed in Westover Air Force Base, Massachusetts. That's out west. We have an Air Force base, but for the flight to land, for the people to get off the hangar, go up in the hangar, make some phone calls, all that's not going to happen in 20 minutes. The time.
Yeah. I just want another point about that. It's a frame person. So it was the official story says that she called from an air phone from the actual. Yeah, but if you listen to her husband her husband says that the caller ID shows that it was a cell phone, and he could not believe that she can call from the cell phone. And if you look at it from it, there's also people whispering in the background, but nothing like an actual plain background noise. So,
and that's the same for Dina Burnett as well. She had the ID on the phone from Tom. It was his cell phone.
Yeah.
But I'll just mention about Tom Burnett's cell phone call because again, the cell tower that routed that call, by the way, which I'm not saying I believe the cell phones were made from the height we're being told, but that call was actually routed from Fort Wayne, which is over heading towards Chicago.
Well, I'm wondering, I think that the perpetrators of 9/11 had a major command and control area, and they had a lot of contingency plans when they were doing it. So if one thing didn't work, they'd go to Plan B. Have you seen Dick Allgire's remote viewing on 9/11? If you hadn't, it's pretty interesting. He actually goes into that command center and he tries to remote view it. He may get things right or wrong, but you have to give a lot of credit to Dick Allgire. He also remote viewed the DEW devices as things the size of a fire extinguisher being placed in the building. So you might be able to take some of his remote viewing and get some clues.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff, the telemetry data disproves their own story, and it's their own data. So Flight 93, I can categorically say I've got evidence to show it landed at the Reagan National Airport at 10:28.
Yeah.
Now, Reagan National Airport closed for 23 days. It was the only airport that closed for that long. And if Flight 11 was over Washington, and I've got a lot of people don't know this story. The Secret Service actually rang the fire department to report that the White House had been hit by a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when the fire department turned up, and they sent a structural team as well, support team, to the White House, they were like, oh. So you got to ask yourself the question, why did the Secret Service ring up and report that the White House had been hit by a plane? And there's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense with that, and which is, again, part of the past things that took place with the White House, is they were running a training exercise of the scenario of a plane crashing into the White House on 9/11.
At the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw one eyewitness, and it really made a big implant for me. But he said that when he saw the plane hit the Pentagon, it was like the building sucked the plane in.
Yeah.
So, and have you heard it? Because if a witness is saying that I saw the building suck the plane in, I mean that's only going to happen with the hologram effect. It's not.
Yeah.
That's not a real class. So, would you care to expand on? There are other witnesses that said they saw the Pentagon suck the plane in.
Yeah, there's a good few. I sent Matt a database or link to a database which I was using for my book, and the one lady, there's a couple actually. The one lady says she's seen the plane seem to sort of go invisible,
Yeah.
which sort of ties in what we see at the towers with the disappearing wings and things like that.
And
so there's a good possibility that the same technology they used on the Twin Towers, an hour later they used at the Pentagon. They flew it over the Pentagon.
Definitely.
And at
Shanksville.
And Shanksville. Yeah.
And Shanksville. Well, and then also I think that maybe the hologram effect going into the Pentagon seemed too cartoon physics looking. So that's why they never wanted to show it.
I think they couldn't. I think they couldn't show it, and I'll give you the reason why. Now I'm sort of revealing this, so I've held this back because I've done a lot of thinking about this. If you've got the image projection, hologram, call it what you like, which is to me, which I agreed with Chris when we were going over this, is a form of directed energy anyway. When the hologram or the image projection would have seemingly hit those light poles, you wouldn't have the wings falling off. That's a hard illusion to pull off, to have the wings breaking off. Now, we know the wings break off because the FAA did their training test with the DC-7, showing you what happens to wings when they hit telegraph poles, never mind metal poles.
Yeah, even a plane going 500 miles an hour would not be clearly identified at a close distance, like it was on the Twin Towers. Because on the Twin Towers, you know, you're looking up a quarter of a mile, you can see something go 500 miles an hour. But to have eyewitnesses say that they got a clear view of the plane and the plane's going 500 miles, you know, I mean, you can see one of these rocket sleds on the Utah salt grounds and just see how fast that thing is whipping through, and you can't identify a nameplate on that rocket sled. You know, even if you're like you know, a few hundred feet away, that thing is really hauling.
You see,
guys,
exactly.
if I can interject quickly with regards to the Northwest Airlines crash from 1987, that's a plane that took off, that didn't have its flaps in the right position. It collided with a light pole, and the wing sliced off and it crashed. So there's your real life example, and exactly the same with a plane flying too low, going over its speeds in November 12, 2001, a month after September 11th, proving no plane could fly that low. So you just
587.
Yeah, 587, like 587. And then, and then just to quickly circle back to the whole aspect of where the directed energy weapon could have been. That's just another way of muddling up a conversation with regards to actually what happened. Yes, it'll be interesting to know where it was, but what do we actually know? What's the facts? ARA, SIAC, they specialize in psychological operations, weather manipulation, and directed energy weapons, and they were in control of the site cleanup and security. So the first, don't even worry about where it was. We know what it did, and we know who could tell us, who's got the technology to do it, and that's who Dr. Wood and Morgan Reynolds sued in 2007. And these two cases nobody wants to talk about.
Well, so I think it's important that we do have official debate on thermite versus directed energy weapon. I don't think there has been one in the whole truth movement with two people that are very knowledgeable.
Well, they'll never do it because Richard Gage cannot afford to be exposed.
Yeah. Well,
that's
we'll
why
see.
he'll never allow it.
I don't know. I don't know. I still think there's a possibility that that's why
the only person Richard Gage will take on directed energy weapons is somebody that he knows that he would be able to demolish. And sorry, he won't take me on. He won't take Andrew Gage on. Andrew Johnson on. He won't take Matthew on. Judy didn't want to take me on.
I don't know, but he might
banned everywhere. So sorry, if you've got even Jeremy Rice, the alien scientist, as soon as he saw that I'm kicking his ass, and the people basically in his own live chat said, "Why the hell are you muting him?" Right. All these guys, even Stephen Greer, the huge UFO guy, when he was asked about it, and you've got the video clip is available. When he was asked about directed energy weapons, he scurried around the whole aspect.
Well, but you do have to acknowledge one thing on that point right there. Some of these people have to sign non-disclosure agreements. Like I'm sure Dr. Stephen Greer, he's talking.
No.
You don't think they have to sign non-disclosure agreements? I really think so. If he's talking with
he's controlled.
Hold on. Let me finish here. But if he's talking to people that are in these secret UFO programs and they're giving him permission to come out with disclosure, they may say, okay, there's certain subjects that we don't want you to talk about. Please sign a non-disclosure agreement. So that's just something. What's your theory on that, Mark? Did you think people?
I've got a major issue with that. I don't care. Then you're not a truther. You are
Wow.
a muddler upper.
Yeah.
You're a muddler upper. Half
Can I-
truths
Well,
doesn't
let
make
me
you
hear
a
Mark's
truth.
opinion on.
Can I just say one thing though?
Yeah.
You see, the directed energy has sort of come into the white world as
Right.
technology. You know, a lot of people know about that.
Right.
But the thing that hasn't come into the white world is the extent of the technology they use for those planes, and that is a dangerous something they desperately do not want to be coming out.
Right.
The capabilities of that technology.
Well, so you might get a phone call, Mark. That you might get a phone call from upper military echelon saying, "Look, Mark, we appreciate all your work, but you're getting a little too close. Just don't talk about that."
Well,
would you sign a non-disclosure agreement? I mean, you might have to. I'm just putting that out there that we are dealing. We're muddling. We're poking these guys in the eye, trying to reveal the truth when they're trying to cover it up. That's what I'm trying to say.
There is that, but I don't think, for me, how can I put this? Personal experience, and it's only what my experience is. Leading up to disclosing about them patents, or the patent that I found, which they tried to play down afterwards, 14 hours before, after arranging to talk about that for the film, is when I was struck down with that heart attack, and that was discussed about shall we put this in the film because it was dangerous.
Yeah.
And we know, if you look at Sergei Monast, he died of a heart attack, Project Blue Beam. His researcher friend, fellow journalist, died of a heart attack.
Let me interject this though. Hold on. How about the guys that knocked down the Georgia Guidestones? If you guys believe, and also the obelisk at the Vatican, the Georgia Guidestones and the obelisk at the Vatican were both hit on the same day. And I believe that's the good guys that did it.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And you might want to do a show on this, Matt. But I mean, I believe it's the good guys tearing down the New World Order. You guys, some of you can disagree with me.
No, I know, but no. What I mean is, I'm not just against it. I think it's one of the biggest jokes of all time.
Well, it's important that the Georgia Guidestones were taken down.
It's irrelevant. It's another part of their own side.
If it was taken down with directed energy weapons, and also the Vatican happened at the very same time, I mean that's something.
Yeah, but it's insignificant. That these people cover up free energy, and no good guy is gonna cover up free energy.
You see, you've only got to look at the people who have been taken out who talk about this stuff.
And similar about go on.
They murder you. It's as simple as that. They get rid of you. We can discuss.
Yeah, I think they had a lot more power back a while ago. I think several years ago they had a lot more power. But now
I think they still have their power.
No, but again, speaking about the white hats, you're talking about the QAnon white hats. Again, like I showed the email, that's just a 33-degree Scottish Rite Freemason term. They get white hats, and that's what they called. So I don't know.
What about the military officers that appeared right behind Trump on his inauguration address? They were a JAG. They were military intelligence military officers. They appeared for 30 seconds. And then they left. That's something that you should look at.
No, but it's insignificant. They cover up free energy. Like I don't know if you're being honest in this case, Chris. So this is where.
I mean, another thing. Andrea Rossi put out a free energy device to power a light bulb. I signed up for it 3 years ago, and nothing's happening. And the only way I can look at that is someone's telling Andrea Rossi is that great that you have your low energy nuclear reactor technology, but we just don't want it on the market right now. I mean, he can come out with it any time. And then also, hold on. Did you know that Andrea Rossi got his patent approved on 9/11?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. But again, no, yeah, but again, it could be real, it could be not. But the thing is, if they're covering it up in whatever way, they sign an NDA, so they're a coward. It doesn't matter. It's similar to Richard Greer.
Let me see. Well, see what Mark has to say.
The thing is, what for me is my particular research is marginalised, fringed. They won't touch it. It's instantly shadow banned. Anything I do is shadow banned.
Yeah.
The only reason I've had a few more, say a few, quite a good number of subscribers, because Matt and Norman have pushed that research. But other than that, you know, and my trouble started when I started to expose some of the people involved, like Ace Baker, Simon Shack, who were covering up, putting out this video fakery stuff. When I broke that down, that's when my complete Google was took down in 2017. Me YouTube account went. We also had some, you know, strange things going on at my partner's house. Somebody getting in the house.
Mm.
You see,
no strange things have happened to me yet, Mark. I hope they don't. But
that's
well,
good.
I can tell you now, before the heart attack. I mean, I've got to say, I haven't. People do ask. I haven't had any arm spears to cause that, which they do.
Yeah.
I haven't had any of those things. So, what happened to me was 14 hours after agreeing that we were going to put this information to do with the illusion technology, which was linking obviously with the blue beam stuff as well.
Yeah.
And you know, the next minute I'm being carted off with you know, in a bad situation.
Yeah, hopefully that's.
I didn't feel that was a coincidence, and that was something that was coming on intently over a week.
Holy. And
So,
how are you
is
feeling
that a
right now?
coincidence?
And how are you right now? Are you doing better?
It's
now?
affected. Yeah, my health's terrible
Wow.
because you know I've gone from a fit person to somebody who had 4 blockages. Right, it don't, you know, and on death's door. I can only relate it to the importance. This is what I said on the germ warfare when he asked me. If we don't expose this technology, this illusion technology, I call it illusion technology because it's far beyond a hologram. This stuff is combined with directed energy. This is how they can combine the two. You see.
Well, you could always put it out as like a dead man's release or something. So as soon as you die, all of your information gets released, and then they make sure that nothing will happen.
Well, I've put most of it out.
Oh, yeah.
I've got most of it out. You see, the other thing, because I know you spoke about Richard Dior, a lot of my problems started after going on Richard's show as well.
Yeah.
In 2017, you see, putting yourself out there, I'm exposing a psychological operation that they don't want exposed.
How's Richard Hall doing? Is he going to win his case for it?
I hope so.
I mean, I certainly
so
I hope he gets some help. I hope he gets some help. I just believe that there's good guys out there that really want to help, but at the same respect, they just say, you know, you got to this technology. It's secret military. You know, we want to guard it. And then, you know, us truthers can expose as much as we can, and but it's you know, it is kind of challenging. You know what we're doing. It's a very tight line. You know.
Well, I'll say this: if that illusion technology weaponry isn't exposed, it will be used again, and it will be on more of a colossal scale than 9/11.
Yeah, that's the Project Bluebeam.
It will be.
Yeah. Well, that's if the bad guys are in control. I think.
Yeah, but again, in my opinion, they're bad guys. I don't know. It's like, for example, Richard Greer. You said he has a non-disclosure agreement. It doesn't mean anything. It just means he's a liar because he signed some random contract. But he's also lying about. He said he was offered $2 billion to keep quiet about UFOs, and he said no way. So it doesn't matter what angle you want. Is he lying by contract, lying by
he also,
not having a soul?
You know, there's a 1989 case of a UFO flying over New York City, and it was the head of the UN was going to do the disclosure. The security, I forget his name, but he was from Peru, and he was going to do disclosure. But there's a documented case of them using hologram technology to mind control him, stop his motorcade, and prevent that. It was Dr. Stephen Greer that brought that to my attention. And then there's a lot of other evidence supporting that I could send you there, Matt. That would be an interesting topic to do. Are you familiar with that one, Mark?
I have heard that, yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's similar to what some Norio Hayakawa.
Yeah.
He talks about how there was a lot of the UFO sightings are actually some of these illusion technologies
Oh well, to be
that they
used
use
for
to
mind
project
control. Yeah,
UFOs. You know.
psyop people. When
Yeah,
they see
yeah,
this UFO, they go, "Oh my gosh, what do I do?" And then whatever the agendas they have are changed because they see the sighting. You know?
Well, that Pentagon footage that they kept regurgitating, that looks very familiar to the patent that I used in the follow-up Chris Hampton film, Alchemy, 9/11 Alchemy, A Big Idea. Now, they talk about in that they can project, multiple images into thin air or into a space, not space up above, into thin air. And they can do that just using plasma.
Yeah. I mean, Edgar Fouché says at the end of his presentation, they use holograms to cover up the TR-3B at S4.
Yeah.
They had gates in the mountains that they would just turn on with holograms, and a spy satellite coming over couldn't see it. You know.
And if you look at the RAND Corporation document which I think I shared that a few months ago, they're even concerned that China have already got it. This isn't separate. The whole globe, they know about this technology, but they talk about that they can use the sound is already combined in with it. They can transmit, broadcast the sound within it. They've got that technology to do that. I think this is why they had a lot of problems with the some people. I think with Andrew Johnson studied them with the witnesses, where some people never heard the sound, some people seen the plane, some people didn't see the plane but they heard it, some people heard it but didn't see it. Two people stood together looking up, one observed the plane, the other one next to him didn't see it. So it's a very I don't think it was perfected on 9/11.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
There's some of the bits I've picked up in the Hezekiah footage which I think show the illusion technology not quite working correctly outside of the other bits I point out, which is the wing. There's a bit in the Hezekiah footage that it seems like the projection sort of goes a bit weird, and it's not an artifact to the film either, the video.
Wow. And the Hezekiah,
I'll have to send you that. I've known about that for a
I have to
good
look
while.
at that. And yeah, speaking about the witnesses, so this was a study that Andrew Johnson on his website, he said that, so he used a sample size of 291 that were within, witnesses that were within a quarter mile. Actually, no, there's 96 witnesses were at least within a quarter mile of the second impact. And further 21 were inside at the time of that. So then that gives you 117 total. And out of the 117 total within a half-mile radius of the WTC, only 8 witnesses heard and saw. Out of 117, only 8 of them heard and saw the second quote plane. So that's remarkable. Like, imagine we're pretty much half a mile away and a giant plane hits a building. I bet you more than 8% would have heard and saw. And then out of the ones that heard, 20%, only 19 people out of 119 saw. So that's out of 117 saw. So that's pretty wild.
Now think about the people on the early reports who were saying, "Oh, it was a small plane, it was a large plane." That chap who I put on the YouTube, "Oh, it was a rocket."
Yeah.
People are calling now, "Oh, they're shills." But when you look at some of the evidence that we've gone over in like the Norday second plane with the wing disappearing for 6 frames, which is clear, or the Luke Corshin video, you can see on there why some people might have got that object mixed up with a small Learjet. Have you got that one there, Matt, or that I sent you ages ago with the Norday freeze frame that I done?
Norday freeze frame? Which one was that?
Of the actual plane where it looks like a small plane.
No, I need to see that one. Is that the Winston Wing? But speaking about that witnesses one, speaking about the bizarre witness testimony, the one that initially I thought it couldn't be real, like the testimony, I'm starting to think. I think there's something to it. The wing one, where the guy said that there was a wing lodged into the office, his office door. If you listen to the Jeff Hill phone call,
Stanley Primus.
Yeah, Stanley Primus. If you listen to I put it on my Telegram. If you listen to his telephone call with Jeffrey Hill, he seems very believable, but he's also astonished that happened. He says he has no idea how it happened. He says the wing sliced through his office, and then it was lodged in the wing somehow was lodged in, but only he could only see the wing, and it was intact, nothing else. So that's what I was thinking. If there's something planted in the building, and then that's where it was, he could be telling the truth if that was the scenario. Where
I've sent you that picture of the Nord on your Telegram.
Okay, let's see the.
See what you make of this picture.
Oh, this is this one. You mean the one where it looks like it's a rocket? Yeah, this one. Oh, that object on the top. What are you looking at?
I've sent it on Telegram.
This is a missing wing one, right? The missing wing.
Yeah. The last one of the missing wing frame.
Yeah.
Happens for 6 frames.
Yeah, no, I've seen this one. Yeah, several times. Is there what else you wanted to say besides the missing one?
Can people see that in the group?
Yeah, they can see the. Can you guys see the? It's in the YouTube. I can present the screen if you want to make double checks.
Yeah, just put it on the screen so that they can have a good look at quality wise with it.
Okay, I'll share this window right here. You can see it. Oh, it's infinite me. Okay.
Now, where do you want to point out on the cursor with your cursor here?
Yeah, what am
where
I?
That wing should be on the white part. The wing, what's not?
Yeah,
there.
this one right here. It's like the white part right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that phases out for 6 frames in that video, and then comes back.
Yeah, I have that. I think in slow motion as well.
Look at that odd tail section as well. It's very, very odd. So you can understand why somebody might mistake that for a small plane.
Yeah, or a rocket.
Going at 500 mile an hour, you could mistake that.
Yeah, and a rocket as well. So this is one where the guy says rocket. He might have seen without it, and it definitely does not look like a real.
It doesn't look like a Boeing 767, does it?
Yeah, because that's that wing. So again, it's like glitching one where you had the wing phasing out. So it looks like it does not have that ginormous wingspan, because the wingspan is like as tall as the length of the plane or more.
And that's the best quality you'll see of that, because it's straight from the DVD, which I've sent a DVD.
Yeah, and I confirmed
an authentic DVD to you, didn't I?
Yeah, you sent it, and I confirmed it. It's legit. It's the same one that it shows the same missing wing, the same. I made a compilation. On right here, disappearing wing. Let's say compilation, disappearing wing. This is one I made a whole bunch on this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, this is the one, and we could even play it right here. I'll fast forward to the knotted one. Actually, I'll go to the YouTube. Yeah, I'll just play it right here. And the knotted one is using a HD camera for the day, for that time frame.
Yeah, they had good professional equipment.
Okay, where's the knotted one? Was it before?
So when Richard Gage says that they were using, mediocre cameras, they were the nowadays wasn't. They was using professional camera for that time.
Okay, I will share this tab instead. I will share this instead. Present something else. Share tab, and then this one here. Okay, because I have timestamps on this, so I could quickly go to the knotted. Knotted one right here, 548. So this is the knotted one.
Yeah.
Let's go back. Oh, okay. You can see it shows for quickly, and then there's a slow motion.
Yeah.
And then it shows it right back, and it shows back on there.
See that?
Yeah, and it shows back on.
Yeah.
And
just
then
repeat that bit again, just because it's so damning. That is, it's unreal.
Because it comes back. It's not just a.
And the tail section comes back.
Yeah, the whole thing comes back, and then I have the photo of the camera they're using, and it was this camera's actually at the museum as well. So you could see this is the Knotted at the museum. Knotted brothers using this professional video camera.
And I sent you that picture of him by the towers with his coat on.
Yeah.
with that camera, didn't I?
Yeah,
Remember that
you've
one?
sent that. And this one is literally, I was going to use that one, but then I saw this one is literally inside the museum. So it's like official and stamped on. So
that's not a piece of shit camera, what Richard Gage is trying to make out when he was having that to do with you. That is a professional camera.
Yeah,
he captured them wings. Now, David Chandler and all them, they don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, and he was... Yeah. And he was also pushing that it was, he was saying all the cameras were blurry, like really bad, and they were super far away. And I'm like, it's not that far. Some of them are pretty close.
Yeah, so I actually made a lot of headway with the Bible fused to a piece of steel.
Yes,
at the museum. Has anyone been to the museum and seen the Bible fused to the piece of steel?
No. Keith was, but he left. I haven't seen it.
No, that's quite a sight. I remember just standing, looking at it, and asking people, say, "Well, now how does paper fuse to a piece of steel?" I mean, that's just the most damning evidence right there. And I did bring that attention to my Boston 9/11 Truth Group. I mean, some people looked at it and really, you know.
And Keith actually sent an email a few days ago to me, 9/11 Revisionist, about the fused Bible, where there's new technology now. Where you could fuse, let's just have a look at here, steel. I can't find it in here, but the new technology that you could. Oh, who's that? Norman. That you could fuse steel and wood using sound and like 3D printing. So you could 3D print very, very fine edges, and then use sound to heat them up, and then it will stick to steel. So that's a modern one. I gotta find that technology. I don't know why it's not searching up on here. I will have a look. Scroll up. It should be somewhere. Oh, there it is, right here. So new bonding. This is no glue required. Wood and metal bonded with sound and 3D printing. So you 3D print these very, very tiny fibers, like at the edge, and then you could fuse the two together. So that's so here's wood and steel, or some other carbon or what other fiber there it is, without heating, or without glue. It heats through sound.
But the steel doesn't go through a jellified state, right?
No, I'm just saying this is just a modern way, but it's not, and it's not like the 9/11. But the 9/11 is illustrating advanced tech was used. And
another thing on crop circles, I did a lot of research on that, but I believe that the stalks on the bottom of the grass, the cellulose fibers actually go through a jellified state. To have those stalks bend over, and I believe real UFOs from other planets do that, have the technology to lay down the energy field, and it is pretty. And then they also find these that has an effect of the iron in the soil, so you find these little iron spheres, crop circles too, and then the plants just grow back really nice. A few weeks later. So whatever the technology, it's biological compatible.
And Chris, what did they find in the Shanksville crater and the waters around the Shanksville site? It was contaminated with iron.
Iron spheres. Contaminated with iron.
They've had a water treatment
to
try and get the iron out, and they use certain plants.
Yeah.
That's the patent there, by the way, what they talk about for using, where they mention ghost images.
Yeah. So
3D.
Just on it. So I think that but before 9/11 that they did use a hologram to psyop. His name is Javier Perez de Queller. He was Office of Secretary General of the United Nations, and then at the same time, they had an abduction story with a lady who was there, and this was well documented here. I'm just trying to find it here. Hold on. And her name was Linda Cortile, abduction case. So Linda Cortile abduction case happened at the same time as the UN Secretary General reported to see a UFO, and his motor car stopped at like 2:00 in the morning. And I believe the story goes is that he was going to reveal disclosure, but the cabal had to figure out a way to psyop him to prevent him from doing it. And there's real eyewitnesses of a UFO, right, like a hologram-shaped UFO hovering right over Manhattan with like 3 aliens coming out of it, and then a woman like levitating up in the air. And this was seen by several eyewitnesses at the time. This might be a good thing for you to investigate that.
Okay, yeah. If you send links to these, I am interested in a lot of this.
I don't know. Are you familiar with that case, Mark, of the Linda Cortell abduction case and the secretary?
I may not be.
Oh, okay.
If you can send me that.
Well, I'll send it out because it's important that, I mean, if they did use a hologram over Manhattan in 1989 as a psyop, it's pretty important research, and I think they did use it. So I'll send it out to the group.
I think we know that they had that secret program that they put even more secret around. I think it was 1991.
Yeah, well, if this happened in 1989, I think they had flying saucers back in the late 50s to 60s.
Yeah,
right? I think they've had anti-gravity flying saucers, in the early 60s, and then you can always, SR-71 Blackbird. That's supposed to be the fastest plane. It flies at Mach 3 plus, and that was released in 1963. You don't think they came up with better technology since 1963 to make something fly faster than the SR-73 Blackbird? And there's also when Obama gave his speech in Norway, and there's these big circles overhead. And then at the same time, like 12 hours later, a big triangle scene right over the Kremlin. I don't know if you guys ever saw that one, but it looked. I think they had a TR-3B flying right over the Kremlin when. That
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, but when Obama saw the lights. Okay. Oh, these are just little things in my research that I've gathered.
That's cool. That's cool.
If you can send me
that as well. Mention about that.
Sure.
Them pictures there.
Yeah, and then I know of 4 inventors that all had cars running on water. There's one, a guy in Greece had it. I forget his name, but I don't know what happened to him. But he had a moped. He had a moped running on water. It was on just a regular public broadcasting station. Have you heard about him, Mark? The guy that has the professor that claimed to be able to power a house just on water through resonant frequencies. Yeah.
Wow. No, I'm not. I don't recall that one.
Okay, well, I'll forward this research to Matt. I think he's got a few shows.
Yeah, I'll be going over that. But again, I like trying to, what I do is I go one at a time and then try to get the exact truth on it around it. Similar to that UFO object you sent, which some people in the side said, Paul Lovelace was there earlier saying that it might be a helicopter, but does not seem like a helicopter. And also, I want to make a note, 9/11 Revisionist, you messaged me saying your microphone's not working, but I can hear your audio. I could hear.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I could hear your something hitting. I can't hear you when you speak. No, but when you're hitting. So Mark, anyone you wanted to talk about this photo?
I just want to mention because just to quickly dodge back, that photo there, what you can see was took at Dulles Airport at gate D26. And them are some of the passengers that allegedly boarded Flight 77 on 9/11. So you can actually identify some of them, which I did. I also made to identify that was the correct gate. You got this walkway here, which is the only one that I think is in Dulles that takes up to another level. So that's you can identify the gate, and I've done that. So what was the next one I sent you, Matt?
Yeah. Okay.
This is the actual the school trip. These 2 people over on the right are from National Geographic, and these school kids won a competition to go on an eco trip, accompanied by the teachers. So, and that's took at Dulles. And the same lady who took them 2 photos, she took a picture of the plane at the gate as well, D26. So a lot of people not familiar with a lot of these photographs that managed to track down and obtain.
Okay, so these were the passengers, right? I'm doing a reverse
That's
image.
some of the passengers, yeah.
Okay, I'm doing a reverse image search. What I usually when I do when I see
Yeah.
images, I do reverse image search. So
Yeah.
group of 6. Let's see what these say. This December. Have a look at boarding flight 70. That's flight 77.
Yeah. Dulles
Can hear you now.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Okay.
I'll shut up and
You know,
just
when you
listen.
went back then on that search,
Yeah.
it brought a photo up. I'm just wondering what it brought up if you click back on that reverse search.
Okay,
Done.
I
Just
got
go
it.
back a space.
Yeah, I don't know why. It was here earlier. Okay, there it is. Yeah, go on.
What are them other photos there? Are them the same?
Here's one. This just says flight 77. That's the thing. I always try to. I go through one at a time and then find it fully. This is my memorial scholarship. Okay, I need to find exact one. Are
them other ones on the left and the right?
Whoops,
Are them the same people?
I clicked it. I didn't. I need to share the web. So this one, I clicked this one, and share. Oh, whoops! I shared the wrong. I accidentally stopped. I'm gonna share a window, so you could see my screen. So window. So this is my screen. This one is flight 77. That's what they're saying. And then going back to this right here. Participants at. It'd be interesting to find an earlier photo. Okay, that's this one. You could find image source like this. They used to have a way better one. They made their thing worse. Okay, I just want to see how early we can get to.
What we're trying to establish with that is whether there was any real passengers at them gates, boarding gates. Because there's a lot of issues with the boarding gates, with all the planes. I can give you a story about ex-footballer, American footballer called Triton White.
Okay.
He actually observed. Well, he was told of a plane he observed on the Tuesday morning, which was boarding passengers onto a flight on the tarmac, which he was informed was flight 93.
Wow. Okay. Wait. So go on. If you say that again, I was trying to type my password. They're not letting me see this photo.
What it is? It was some evidence of a testimony from an American footballer named Triton White, ex-footballer. They come back on the Tuesday from Monday Night Football, and they observed the plane boarding some passengers on the tarmac, which was unusual because the footballers get the VIP sort of treatment. And he was informed that the plane that he's seen, this is by the flight attendant, which was boarding the passengers, that was flight 93.
Wow.
And if it was, it would have been a different flight 93. We know 2 flight 93s either took off or were duplicated.
Yeah, and this from your article, you mentioned this in here. This is a footballer. I like your Substack. It's very easy to search and everything. Through Witness B accounts passengers boarding UAL United Airlines 93. This eyewitness comes from New York Giants football player Triton Clayton White.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's his testimony there, which was published in the Observer. So what's Observer? On the 2006.
All right, that's 2006. All right, and he says, we played Monday night Denver, and then we landed in Newark. We usually get off a plane and tarmac bus. Notice another plane sitting next to ours because the people were walking to the plane across tarmac instead of through the jetway. The 2 weeks later, as we were taking another plane to a game, one of the stewardess informed us that the plane had been boarding next to us was Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania. That was a very eerie feeling. Interesting.
Yeah.
It is possible pilots did not take kind of possibly charter off landing at the same tarmac.
See, now that might tie in with why you haven't got Mark Bingham assigned a seat on that flight. Because we're told that flight 93 took off at 8:42. That's the official narrative. But the Bureau of Transportation Statistics tell you that plane took off at 8:28, not at 8:42. And we've all got all the evidence showing that Flight 93 was in 2 different places at the same time. So air traffic control had it in one part of the country, over in Pittsburgh, and the other plane through the ACARS data and the ground routing through the stations was over in Champaign, Illinois, after the crash. Both after the crash, actually.
Wow.
So you've got, duplicate flights there. And it could explain why they reckon that one of the planes landed at Cleveland, which is not too far from Chicago, and the other plane, which I'm 100% sure landed at Reagan National at 10:28. I've got screenshots of that, and I've got an Excel spreadsheet proving that from Reagan National. And the thing is, Reagan National was closed for 23 days, the only airport.
Holy.
Did they have a couple of
Is there
planes?
any
to get
reason
rid of?
they gave why that airport was closed for 23 days? at all?
They said that the airport might never open again.
But why? Because it was a functioning airport up until the day of 9/11.
I think it was problematic because it's less than a mile next to the Pentagon, the airport. It's right next to the Pentagon. So it creates a bit of a problem with air traffic.
Remember, yes.
This would tie in with Flight 11 coming down past the White House. It was taking part in an exercise at the White House. It would have definitely landed at Reagan National in Flight 11. And we know it was over flying to Washington. We've got the NORAD tapes talking about it flying to Washington. If you carry on scrolling up there, David Chandler will love this one. If you scroll up a bit, see, has it got there to do with the actual flight path?
This was
Did I put that one in? If you carry on up a little bit.
This one or which one?
Yeah, if you keep scrolling up on that.
Oh, scroll down?
Yeah, scroll. Yeah, that's it down.
Okay.
That's to show that was that gate there, by the way. That where them passengers was.
Okay,
so if you carry on scrolling down, I want to see if I put the actual the BTS ACARS.
This right here, Flight Explorer.
You might have to go up a bit more down. Yeah, that's that one there.
Okay.
Not many people know about this information. So
if you click on the picture, it becomes bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make it giant for the audience. Okay, and I'll just cover up the chat. I think the chat's having a giant religious debate right now.
I'm going to preface this with David Chandler and any of them will not confront this evidence now. This is radar evidence from the DCC, and it came out under a Freedom of Information. It's listed on the National Archives as well. So it's not me making it up. This is their own information. This particular is a track of radar coordinates for Flight 77. And it shows it did not turn round. It carried straight on towards Missouri, over St. Louis Airport, towards Kansas before circling back and heading back towards Missouri and going off radar, which I think was towards St. Louis Airport. And that's after the crash. Mm-hmm. Now, we got to bear in mind that when Flight 77 went off radar with its, or when the transponders turned off, they would have had all the information on what they call is a data block, telling you the altitude, everything. Now, they couldn't even find him when he was alleged turned round. Nobody could see that blip on the screen. Yet we've got the radar track there, which came out under a Freedom of Information. So this was withheld from the public, what you're looking at now. That information there. And then we've got David Chandler talking about planes going towards the Pentagon. Flight 77 did not turn round. Flight 77 was also shown on CNN on the 12th of September on flight Flight Explorer, which is combined with the FAA real time, and they even show on there that it did not turn round. It carried straight on in tandem with what you're seeing on the screen there. They didn't show it going on the complete path, but they showed that it went to slightly turn round but carried on. So that plane was nowhere near the Pentagon. So what was? That's the question.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Can I just say, Mark, honestly, I said it before, but the work you've done is phenomenal. Honestly, it's like second to none.
I appreciate your kind words. I really do. It means a lot.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for it. And I just wanted to
For
mention
your work as well, by the way. You do the podcast and that, and I've not long come across it, and
cool.
It's great, really.
Cheers.
I left a comment, didn't I? I think you had Matt
seen you.
Yeah, managed to tune in.
Thanks very much.
Brilliant stuff.
I just wanted to say a couple of bits. Do you know the American Department of Defense? It was founded in 1947. Can you guess what date?
September the 11th.
Yep.
They like that date, don't they?
Yeah.
That's when they first broke the soil to build the Pentagon, was September the 11th.
Yeah, that's right. Me and Mark covered that.
Yeah.
And you know, in 1961, the first emergency alarm test. Guess what date?
September the 11th.
Yeah. And
they even have an emergency phone number, don't you, for your 911?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's funny, Chris mentioned the Georgia tombstones, I call them, the guide stones.
Yeah.
I done a bit of investigating on them back in 2020, and what I tried to do is I dug out all the interviews that got made with the people who actually met the farmer that sold the bit of land, the one person who met this person who wanted them built, and I started to break it down, and I done a bit of, I mean, I'm no Columbo, but I done a bit of investigating, and I actually pinned a name on this person, and I done a video on it, and the name I pinned was a individual called Lawrence Spellman Rockefeller. That's who I pinned on it. And do you know, Chris reckon good people took it down, possibly, but in my own view, the people who built them, the same group, they took them down. In my view, that was basically they had served their purpose.
Yes.
They were finished, basically. They took them down. They moved on to the next operation, basically. And it's kind of fitting because I feel that with the whole 9/11 Twin Towers scenario, I reckon the people who built them are the same entities that took them down. That would be my view. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
So I actually have the original 1967 Newsweek article about David Rockefeller putting his watch right in the middle of the Newsweek article, and the hands on his watch point to 9 and 11. And when Robert David Steele, he gave a tour a couple of years ago, and then he came to Providence, Rhode Island, and then I met him, and then I asked him if I could. There was about 70 people there, and I said, "Well, can I give a couple minutes speech there to your group?" And then I put my magazine in a protective sheet cover, and then I passed it around to all 70 people so they could see his watch pointing to 9/11. They were very shocked after that. They were really red-pilled. But and also, did you know that Rockefeller was in military intelligence in World War II? I believe.
No. Is that
I think in 1942 he was a military intelligence officer, so he was being groomed for this false flag for a long time.
Yeah.
And then also the neocons that planned 9/11, I believe went to the University of Chicago to have Strauss as one of their professors, and the University of Chicago was very supported by the Rockefellers. Like Richard, and Wolfowitz attended University of Chicago.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
When it comes to David and his brother, what was his brother? What was his name again? The one who became into politics.
Nelson.
Nelson, yeah.
Nelson,
was on. I think he was vice president.
Yeah.
Short.
Well, when they originally built the towers, they were unsure as to what to call them, and they were actually going to be calling them David and Nelson.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then if you take a look at Bill Clinton's hairline, it matches exactly Winthrop Rockefeller. Do some photo in that. Look at some old photos of Winthrop Rockefeller. Look at his hairline, and then look at the same hairline as Bill Clinton, and they pretty much match.
Interesting. I wanted to ask you, Mark, is it, as far as I'm aware, the two black boxes for the so-called planes that hit the two towers, they've never been recovered, is that true?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware. I have heard different stories to say they've found them, recovered them, and done this, but I've not. I don't think they, from what I've looked into, no. I could be wrong.
Here's an official story right here.
Yeah, it's interesting because they can find the passports, all the bits of paper.
Yeah.
Planted debris, but the black box,
yeah,
we can't get it.
The strongest part they can find. And the passport was found before the towers fell. Remember that? And the bandana.
The thing is, if you look at all the selected items that was found, especially Flight 93, it's very suspect. You've got CC Lyles, you've got other photo IDs, and it's almost like they knew these people would be part of either an exercise or aboard, those planes. I know some passengers were switched from Flight 91 onto 93.
Yeah.
Which was a flight, and I know Nicole. I'll get her name. It's not Smith. Surely it's not. But I'll have to look her name up. She was meant to fly out the day before, and she ended up on Flight 93.
But Mark, the
right
FBI and the official story is they found 95% of Flight 93. But nobody's seen any major pictures or a reconstruction of the whole plane like you would have in any plane crash.
Because the FBI were in control of that investigation. The NTSB were just assisting. They weren't doing their job, but they normally would do.
Yeah, but the FBI in their own official little documentary of being a hero for Flight 93, the first guy say, when we got there, there was no plane. Nothing that resembled the plane being crashed. Like, what the hell, man? Can people be so stupid? And then there's another gentleman, I can't remember where I saw the video clip, but it's as if they needed this hero aspect in this tremendous day where they had to have the whole idea of the
put in the hero thing, because that's the emotion, isn't it? And we fought back. Because just look at that there is from the air traffic control transcripts. If you go down to 1431, you can see next to that. Just read that about tracking him over Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit double Dutch because whoever transcribed it.
Yeah, and he says, so I'll read the first. The guy says, "Okay, we have found that."
Matt.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so the guy is saying, "Okay, we have found that American," and then the next one says unknown, and then he goes back. Now that was American 77, right? Unknown. And then he says, "And why do we get tracking him over Missouri if he that was a target a little while ago? Did you ever verify the Lincoln Memorial?" Interesting.
And they've put AA-77 next to it, written that in, look.
AA-77, yeah. So they're saying, why is he being tracked? And that's what they're thinking in Missouri.
So, Missouri, and I've just showed you some radar evidence which shows it flew over Missouri. Mm-hmm. Now, David Chandler and all them don't want to talk about this evidence.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't suit their agenda. with a, and like I say, I think that the illusion technology, if it knocked them light poles down, you're not going to have the wings falling off like it would have done. That would have been a dead giveaway. So that's why they couldn't show any of that CCTV.
Yeah, and it's following a straight path too, so that's an interesting one. So if you have this one, it doesn't look like it's going even up or down. It just goes straight to the Missouri. And
then it doubles back. Now, I've got a picture from St. Louis Airport on 9/11, and out of a whole load of Continental planes, you have one American Airlines in that picture. Whether it was 77, I don't know.
I quickly want to ask, with regards to all your research and stuff, obviously way back when, and you had the whole documentaries and stuff with Jesse Ventura and all those guys, and you had John Lear and Dr. Morgan Reynolds with his QTAM case, all of that way back in 2007. Then we had pilots for 9/11 truth.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to them? Because there was a shitload of pilots saying all of this, everything that's being said and everything that happened here is virtually impossible. You had guys climbing into flight simulators, all of this kind of stuff, saying you can't do this. Even the pilot who flew Flight 93 and Flight 175 said it's impossible. You can't do that. What happened? Why didn't they get any traction anyway?
They did for a bit, as I remember. They had a good DVD package out at one point, but Rob Balsamo wouldn't go with the no planes. He did not want to go down that route. And the other thing is, he died a few years ago, and so did the website with the forum. The website's still up with them little archive pages. You can't get to the links no more on there. And I gained a lot of good information off that forum.
Yeah, and the thing that we've got now is we've got Captain Dan Handley that I basically schooled on LiveX, and we did some videos on that on my Rumble channel, and Matthew climbed in on the Boston 9/11 radio controlled plane theory. And it's impossible. John Lear said that way back when in 2007 already, that's impossible because it's too difficult to do it right. And now these guys are doubling down, and they're going to be having a seminar on the 8th where they are going to be pushing this. And this is with Dan Handley, with Piers Robinson or whatever the guy's name is who's involved with. So people need to get into that stream and go ask them questions afterwards. That is, if they are going to allow questions and answer sessions, because this is something that's happened now. Is that they aren't allowing questions and answer sessions. They're just pushing their disinformation with nobody being able to rebut whatever they say. And actually in the conversation with Dan Handley, I was pointing out everything that you mentioned, and he actually told me, it looks like you know more about this than me. And I told him, like, dude, you're an actual captain, so you're supposed to know better. No, but I'm only going to focus on the hijackers. Like, dude, the hijackers have already been proven complete and utter bullshit, but he's the guy getting all the airtime everywhere. Like, come on, people.
I mean, I can't understand why Dan Handley, why he doesn't understand that. Why weren't the ELTs set off? Paul Thumser did, who was a good witness for the commission, who inadvertently tripped him up, really, because his testimony is very damning. Especially the bit where they try and attribute these two other ELTs to the two flights, 175 and 11. You cannot activate them manually. And if you look at the official story, would the terrorists be activating them? I don't think so. They're not going to activate an ELT early, tell you that the plane's going to crash. That's just stupid.
Yeah, but even...
He should know this.
But
he should know about ACARS data. Why isn't he talking about the ACARS data?
Well, we know why. But
even the ACARS data and all of that, never mind, it comes down to plane aerodynamics at the end of the day as well.
Yeah.
And now they want to push, they build some sort of super duper freight plane or whatever that could manage to get that. It's just.
But the thing is, the telemetry data, the official telemetry data, completely disproves anything that they say. You don't even have to go into the aerodynamics because the plane wasn't there.
Yeah.
It was somewhere
Yeah,
else.
the fastest, the speed of an F-16 at sea level is about 900 miles an hour. That's its maximum speed, F-16. So that's only going like 300 miles an hour more than the plane that hit the towers.
Yeah.
See how it's configured. Yeah, see how an F-16 is configured. Yeah.
They can keep you arguing over the dynamics. We've got video footage showing that them planes are not real.
Yeah.
Well, the video footage proves that. We know the planes weren't where they said they was.
Yeah, and then Captain Dan Haley is suddenly on Jimmy Dore's show.
Yeah, I mean, why isn't Dan Hanley talking about no emergency locator transmission?
Well, and
having off board of them.
I bet you if you bring that up to him, he'll block you. He'll block you if you bring that up.
Because he's only talking about the hijackers, because that's what he's focusing on. We've got to find the hijackers.
But guys,
I bet he doesn't want to talk about somebody impersonating Mohammed Atta at Boston Airport when Mohammed Atta was meant to be in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Or Portland. Is it Portland, Maine?
Okay. And guys, my cousin's is telling me hurry up, so I will be ending it soon. I just wanted to bring up a few things. This one, the tab I'd opened when Keith brought it up. This is the ground to wing effect. When you have a regular plane like this, the vortex actually pushes the air down, so you have an air cushion. That's why you have some of those new hovering. It's like they semi-hover. So not only is the whole physics impossible of the Pentagon one, it also has to go actually to the ground where there's an extra force being pushed up, where they can't just go and gradually go. They actually have to be actively pushing straight down on it, and there's a force pushing against it. So the wing itself is pushing against itself going down. So it's adding layers of impossibility to that.
Can I just mention something else? What acts as a brake is the engines. They're not big enough to get the air through, so they act as a brake.
Yeah. And I actually, this was so KJ was supposed to be on the stream, but he showed it for a second, but he had to leave. I sent him some stuff because he's doing a presentation about the planes, and he asked me about the speed limits and so on. And I also showed him the air density. So here, you can ask ChatGPT. It's just pretty straightforward.
That's right.
So at 35,000 feet, air density is about 0.023 kilograms per meters cubed. And then go at 5,000, you're literally doing a 10 over 20x the density. That's how much more dense at 5,000 is. And then as you increase another one, so you're literally talking about 50 times the density of cruising altitude. So,
well, the other thing is, I mean, you just
and it's also
just so obvious that
it is yeah.
Plane. Look, if that was the case, they'd be taking off and going up that speed.
Yeah, and also a lot of people bring up the max operating speed, but that's just general operating. But there's also a max maneuvering speed. This is just full weight, and it's almost half this one, 360 knots or 443, so 253 miles for actually maneuvering, as opposed to just simple operating at just going up and down. This one's actually maneuvering, and at the tilting time. So you're
now. On top of that, you hit a great point there. Now, that testimony of Steve Soll that I pointed out when he said, I think it was flight 11 or I think it was 11. He even said when it was travelling under 10,000 feet at so many knots, was it over 300 or 300 knots? He was very, very alarmed, was his word, that the plane was doing that.
Yeah, I remember that. It's not on your Substack, I don't think, but it was on the
because
on the
of
video.
I think it's even mentioned in his testimony because of the structural problems.
Yeah. Well, those I mean, you can compare the like a Boeing commercial plane to like a cruise ship. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's the same. A cruise ship has to when it maneuvers and it turns very slow. I mean, it's not meant to do these extreme speeds. And then you can also look at the force drag equations there, Matt. I don't know if you do that, but you can lay out some equations that show you the power and the drag at these different sea levels and these different velocities. It goes to the velocity squared, right? The drag equation, and you can say that there's a certain amount of power that the plane has at this velocity and this air density, and then compare that to the velocity, air density at 35,000 feet. I thought it was a third. I didn't realize it was that much. I'll have to look at your numbers again.
Which third of what? For the
the density is at sea level compared to 30,000 feet. But
no, you can go sea level density versus 35.
Well, you also have to take into account some of the air temperature and the moisture and the air.
Yeah, but when I speak of orders of magnitude, so this is 7.38. Let's see, sea level to that.
Yeah, engineering edge.
So pressure, yeah. So you have at 0, 14. This is absolute pressure, 14 pounds per square inch at 0, and then you have at 3,500. This is about
absolute pressure.
Well, that's absolute pressure. But what is the dynamic? Oh, this is density. That's pressure.
Slugs, yeah.
Density is 23, and then you go to 35. You have 8. This is 7. So this is in this terms of slug. So this is going to be
23 to 7.
Yeah, this is about a third. Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was a third.
No, so I think you might be right. I think ChatGPT was hallucinating. So I'll send this one here.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Is that engineering edge that you're at? I go there a lot.
Yeah, just Google it. Yeah, thanks for the correction. I will send this here before they do the presentation. So that's the difference between me and Richard Gage. I get anything wrong, I will let people know. KJ French.
Don't forget, Jeff Hill rang 3 different people up about this.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that right now.
They all laughed and said, no, you cannot do that.
I'll present that soon. He actually swore an affidavit for Morgan Reynolds' court case. I think ChatGPT hallucinated. There's actual numbers. I'll just send that there. I'll just correct it later because he's gonna do a presentation. Yeah, that was interesting. So I don't know how ChatGPT get that wrong. I'll ask it what.
You know, Matt. I have a model airplane simulator.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Horizon Hobby called Real Flight, and it's really cool because you can the regular controls that you have on a model airplane. You hook this in to this flight simulator, and you can choose like 20 different airplanes, right? And then you can have all different types of courses where you can fly the airplane through structures, through buildings with small hole openings. And then if you pick like the fastest airplane, but most model airplanes, they're only going maybe 30 miles per hour, 40 miles per hour. But you can pick a couple airplanes going like 250 miles an hour. So if you're going 250 miles an hour, try to squeeze that airplane through this little tiny hole in a building like 1,000 feet away when you're aiming. Tell me if you can do it. It's not.
Yeah.
I tried it a few times. You might be able to bring that up on one of your shows and show people. How difficult that is, but I mean, anyone can do it for themselves. Anyone can learn the simulator and then try to fly the really fast airplane through a very small opening, and then they'll see how crazy it is. I mean, if you're off just like 1/10 of a degree at a few thousand feet away, there's no way you're going to hit the target. I mean, it's very
definitely. No, the whole story is if you actually look at the details, it's the whole thing becomes an absolute joke. And so here's the one I want to bring up where Mark discussed about the Jeff Hill. So Jeff Hill actually called Boeing and other engineers about the flight dynamics and about going that speed at that altitude, and they said it was laughably impossible. And so he swore in a court case to Morgan Reynolds. Right here, my name is Jeffrey Hill, and I'm resident of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. He says, with regards to the speed of flight 175, NIST claims that it was going 546 miles an hour at 700 feet altitude. When I contacted Boeing to ask if such a speed at low altitude was possible, Boeing spokesperson Leslie Hazard laughed at the absurdity of the question, as he stated, not a chance, not that fast. She also replied with other remarks throughout the conversation to indicate that a Boeing 767-200 could not perform in such a way reported by the NIST contractors. For further reference, I contacted Lori Beckhold, who was a Boeing engineer, and she too was amused by such a ridiculous question. And these conversations could be found here, but these ones, you have to find them elsewhere because it's not on this website. The website's out. And also another one, he says...
How fast did they say it could go, though? How fast could it go at 700?
Well, they laughed at it. They said they said that it was impossible.
Yeah.
It says not a chance. Don't even bother. And then another one he asked, I'd also like to submit a conversation I had with NIST employee Bill Bitts, where he had spoke about the plane impacting tower. I was confused at the fact that what we've seen at towers disregarded basic Newtonian physics. Upon the plane's impacts with the towers, we failed to see any type of collision that one would expect to see when an aluminum plane comes in contact with a steel and concrete building. During the course of our conversation, Bill Pitts stated that he was amazed that the tower just ate the plane and that what we were seeing was miraculous. The conversation can be found over here. And yeah, and even Fairbanks, who videotaped the second plane, he said it looked like a bad special effect, and he also said it felt like one of those planes that goes into the hangar where the hangar's opened with no resistance. So he thought that's
yeah. So Matt, another project you could do is you could actually make a model of the Twin Towers and a model of a plane. Maybe make the Twin Towers like 3 feet wide and with just the wing of a plane, and then and then make the model of the wing of the plane, and then crash the wing of the plane into the Twin Towers, how they're shaped, and then videotape that and make the wing out of very thin aluminum, and then we can prove Gage and Chandler wrong when he says, oh yeah, it will just slice through it like a cheese grater or something like that where you don't see it, and then when they make that statement, you can show them that video, because that's something you can model. It wouldn't cost a few $1,000s. You could get donations, and you could model it. It wouldn't be that difficult. That might be a project we could do.
Yeah. If we get the cash and the also the construction, someone actually go and set up for that. It is, but at the same time, in my view, it's so obvious that it's impossible.
Well, it is, but to normies though, you just gotta work, because they're very susceptible to believing.
Well, that's the thing. I think normies have more brains than a lot of people give them credit for. It's just that a lot of them don't want to vocalize it when they're going to be 3 or 4 people saying no. For example, imagine them saying, and all of a sudden you have this so-called Professor Chandler saying, "Hey, watch my physics course." Is saying what you're saying is impossible. So it's one of those where you need to also have the confidence of just speaking out. A lot of them know it's obviously wrong, because I remember even my cousin, when he was telling me about 9/11 inside job, he didn't have the confidence to explain it to me, because I felt like I was the quote smarter one because I was going to university. So a lot of it is the fear of ridicule from alleged smart people.
Yeah, they also like to belong to tribes. Like even our Boston 9/11 Truth Group. There's members there that are in the lawyers committee and stuff like that, and they realize that, well, gee, I want to be on these positions, and I can't be controversial. Because they kind of want to fall in like a tribe herd on a consensus agreement.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Okay, but
just before we finish, by the way, Matt, can you put that one of Reagan Airport up? Yeah. Just carry on. I just wanted just before we finish.
Yeah. Okay. But the thing is, what did we learn during the last 4 years with COVID? Somebody with a PhD does not an intelligent man make or person. Most of those people are educated idiots, because they just go with whatever the science tells them. And most of them are the ones dying of climate change at the moment because they took the jabs.
And here's the Reagan Airport one. And I just want to also defend normies a bit, because I used to be like them. It's not that they're don't know what they're doing. It's more that all their skill set is put on a fake assumption. And it goes back to if you believe, let's say they believe it was done by terrorists, you're gonna have an entire apparatus in your brain constructed around that assumption, where you're going to say, go on.
Sorry, but can you just blow that picture up a bit?
Yeah.
I want to point out the significance, and none of them talk about the airport. There's the Pentagon. There's Reagan Airport just there, look.
Yeah, it's right there. It's right over there. It just fly over there. All right.
And,
let's
and
go.
the other thing is, if you get, there's a link I sent you on Telegram. This is the last thing I'm going to mention because I think it's quite significant. If you scroll down or up, carry on, you'll get to that right just up a bit. Down. Oh, hang on, I'll just see if I can find the page myself. Hang on.
What is it? I could search it. What is it? The thing called? What do you want to search?
Oh, that's it. It's above the Reagan National Airport picture. That's it.
This one.
If you just read that, not that one. You just come off that. If you just read what up there. If you just read from the down.
Okay.
That American.
Airline. American Airlines 77 transponder signal was switched off in the location of the Ohio-Kentucky border at 8:56 a.m. The alleged impact was at 9:37 a.m. into the Pentagon building, which is situated.
No,
next...
go further up. Go further up.
Okay, the departure of this one. America West.
American. Yeah. So, if you just start detailed statistics, just read that.
Okay,
out. This is very, very telling. How they could have got some data out of this to fool people.
Okay, detailed statistics. Arrivals, airport, Washington, D.C., Ronald Reagan, Washington National, D.C., DCA, American West Airlines, December 7th, 2001. Note, a complete listing of airline and airport abbreviations available. Times are reported in local time using a 24-hour clock. So carrier mode, code, date, flight, tail number, etc. So HP 9/11/2001, 98, N644AW, CMH 939, 935.
So if you just jump that paragraph and just read American West 98.
Okay, so American West 98, tail number.
Now read the tail number.
Yeah, N644AW. So it's got the same tail number as this one. It's flight 98.
Flight 77 was actually the tail number, but with AA on the end, not AW.
Okay.
Now this flight landed at Reagan at 9:39.
Yeah. And then the other one.
And it's tied to American West flight.
And the alleged impact was 9:37. Holy.
Yes.
So
this plane is very suspicious. This flight
could be the radar data.
It flew over and landed at Reagan, and it had virtually the same tail number as flight.
No, this is amazing. That's an amazing find. So you literally have the same tail number, but with an A instead of a W, flying, landing here 2 minutes after this one here. So this
now
is...
go further down.
Yeah.
Carry on down. Carry on down.
That's nothing else.
Oh, you might have to go up. Hang on. I'll see if I can find it. I might have took it out, but yeah. If you carry on up, you'll get to ACAR's data. So if you go scroll
this one
up, yeah, carry on up. Up, next one. Next one. This right here. Further up. Carry on up. That there now. If you just click on that, tell me what's going on there with that number.
Yeah, so N64AA. Yeah, AA.
Yeah, I'm just blowing it up myself.
Yeah.
So it's AA.
Yeah.
You'll find it might not be in this article, but if you have a look at the number where it's showing at the top. Now this is from ACAR's data. Now if you get to the top section where it says tail, and it's got the N644AA, and then it's got AA0077.
Yeah.
If you jump down to the next paragraph where it's got the tail number, and you'll see in red it's got AA0000.
Yes, flight number's changed.
It's changed and it's gone to a non-existent flight number.
So it's still airborne, but and its flight changed. Is that what?
No, it's give it a non-existent ID number before it's even took off.
This is 1219, and this is afterwards. Yeah. Oh, this is a takeoff, or is it a? What is?
That's off the ACARS. That is.
So is this indicating that it's a taking off, or how does that work? Because I haven't.
The ACARS drops for 20 minutes before the takeoff, and then it gives a non-existent flight ID of AA000. That should not be happening.
Yeah, so 20 minutes is it before takeoff or after takeoff?
Yeah, before.
Oh, so 20 minutes before.
The time,
it gives a fake number.
11:49 is.
Yeah.
I'm just getting it up there. So the 11:49.
20 minutes later.
You got to take into the time zone. So if you look down at 12:09 on the right.
Yeah.
And the downlink message is flight number, but now I've put that in to identify it easier for people. It goes to flight number 0000. Now that's 10 minutes before it takes. Well, that's a minute before it's about to take off.
This one right here. Which one is 20 minutes before? I just got to wrap my head around.
So if you go to the right-hand side where I've done like notes, if you go in the third batch down.
Yeah, third one.
12:09:01.
Yeah, there's 12:09. There's two of them. There's one on this one right here, one over here.
Yeah. So that one there. Now that's my notes that I've put in from off the left-hand side to make it easier, so you're not looking in all that mush of info. If you have a look, it goes from AA77 at the top.
Yeah.
That's 20 minutes before the takeoff. Then it goes to 12:09:01. It goes to AA000, and then the next message, obviously 12:09:000. That is a non-existent flight number.
Okay, yeah, this one.
And that's recorded in the ACARS data. That is very, very suspect. That shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, this is interesting. I just got again. I'm just trying to follow through exactly. If I could show this, make this bigger, so I could write on this one. So you could see my screen right here. So yeah, you could write. So you could erase. Okay, so this right here, 11:49:18. This is
20 minutes. You've got to take the time zone off. So that would be so it left at 8:10. So that'd be 7:49.
Okay, so that's 7:49 a takeoff.
And you get in an uplink, yeah.
And then this is
that's 10 minutes. That's 20 minutes before takeoff. You've got what they call an
20.
uplink. That's what that stands for there when it's got uplink message. Look.
So that's uplink right here. Yeah, this is uplink.
Yeah.
And then downlink is when they're. What is the difference between downlink and uplink?
So uplink would be sent to the plane.
Okay.
Downlink is sent from the plane.
Okay, so you get the plane send again. This is good a tutorial right here. So
even though it's on the ground, it's sending to the plane.
Yeah. So this is sent to the plane.
Yeah, and then the message is sent on a downlink is from the plane. So the uplink is sent to the plane.
And the plane hasn't taken off yet, so that it's sent to the plane.
No, it hasn't taken off. It's just communicating.
So and this sends it to it. They're both on the ground.
Yeah.
And this one is
but it's still classed as an up and a down link.
And then this
one sent to and one sent from.
And these are the same time zones or different? These ones.
They come out under like the UTC time zone.
Okay, so they're
got to knock off the.
But they're actually 20 minutes different. So they're actually 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay,
so you look at 12:09, the plane took off, or was due for takeoff at 8:10.
Okay.
I think it actually took off at 8:20, but if you look.
Yeah, and this was 7:49, and then so then 8:10. Yeah, so then.
Yeah.
8:10.
Yeah. And look what you've got, AAA0000. That is very suspicious.
And then this one is it's sending back at the same time 20 minutes after this one. Yeah. So that's an interesting one. So this is pretty much at takeoff. This one is sending it back 20 minutes before this is supposed to take off. Or or is that different from this one? This uplink and downlink.
That's sending information back to the ground station.
Yeah, so this is 20 minutes after. This is roughly when it should have been taken off, and it's sent it back. So now you all of a sudden switched. So this is an actual switch at the takeoff.
Yeah.
So that's a switch. Okay, so that makes sense. Because initially I was thinking, are they both 20 minutes before takeoff? This one is actually on takeoff. This one is.
It took off at. I think I'll just get the correct time. Hang on a second.
Of the Flight 77 or this one?
Yeah, it was took off late. Flight 77. It was due to take off at 8:10, but I think it allegedly took off at 8:20.
Okay.
But that there is the ACARS data, which has been in communication with the ground station and the plane.
Yeah.
That is very, very odd that you would have a non-existent flight number, and you had exactly the same for flight 11.
Yeah, and then you have a second downlink as well. There's just two downlink messages at the same time. So
Yep.
two of them are sent back. Both
Yep.
of them have an AA0000.
Yeah, yeah.
And this one has a tail number. Why is the tail number this one? And then this is actually tail number's not there. This is different. Two different messages. Okay, these are two different messages.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, no, that's very that's very, very good.
And you look at any other the ACARS in the other two flights, the American Airline, United 175 and 93, that don't happen. You don't get a non-existent number like that.
Yeah. And again, even if it's some sort of glitch, it's all occurring at 9/11, it just compounds the layers of impossibility.
Yeah. Which is when that should have been taken off, scheduled to take off at 8:10. I mean, they said it took off at 8:20, but don't forget the BTS show it not taking off at all.
Okay, and then BTS does it show is not even taking off.
No, didn't leave the ground.
So then that's probably what happened then. This one didn't take off. They switched over, and this one took off.
Yeah.
So now that's I think we just cracked 9/11 more than it already has. All right, so that's that. And I need to go washroom and then end the stream soon. So I just want to go one more thing I wanted to talk about. When you guys were talking about stuff on September 11th, the big one was Manhattan was actually discovered on September 11th. So this one, so my view is the script is being followed, I think, thousands of years. So if you're talking about 60 years ago, anti-gravity, I personally believe in the thousands of years, at least 2,000, they've had, or 3,000, they've had anti-gravity and free energy tech. At least the science down. And that was suppressed. A lot of the secret societies is to withhold that. And then nowadays, it's like showing some of that display. Because I think free energy and anti-gravity are simpler than a car, for example, because there's very little constraints. So anyways, so on September 11th, 1609, notice another 6 upside down 9. Henry Hudson discovered Manhattan Island and the indigenous people living there. Hudson was an English sea explorer and navigator during the early 17th century, and so on. And you can go and see a painting. Hudson entering this is Henry Hudson entering New York Bay, September 11th, 1609. So September 11th, and also there was a book written in 1980s predicting the birth of Jesus was September 11th. So 9/11, Jesus.
Birth of Christ recalculated, wasn't it?
Birth of Christ recalculated. So this one right here, 1980 book, Birth of Jesus, September 11th, and it's a Day of Trumpets, and again some relation to Trump, the whole Trump Antichrist psyop or Messiah psyop.
Remember, New York was the 11th state as well. Yeah,
and another interesting part. So World War I ended on November 11th, 11/11/11. You heard about that, right? And they always have that 11/11 pyramid light thingy. So 11/11 Phoenix. And so 11. So September is actually the 7th month in the original calendar, where you had, I think, February or April is the 1st, and so that's why Sept is the number 7. Phoenix statue. This one right here. So on Veterans Day on 11/11. So Veterans Day or World War I actually ended. November is actually, it's French for Neuf. It's like the beginning. It stems from Neuf, or the 9th. So it's actually the 9th month of 9/11, and this is where every 11/11 it shines right here. You have the Freemasonic bald eagle. Anyways, I wanted to drop some of that knowledge on y'all. All right, guys. So I talked a lot, and I just want to have a chat, see how much people are on the chat still. We broke the record today, guys. The record was 70, was 69 before. We broke the record. Most people in the chat, 75, I think, or 75 or 76, depending on whatever the stats are. So we broke the record, guys, and it's not even 9/11 yet. And thanks for everybody joining. Is there any final thoughts? And then also Meth and That's Life. We've talked over a lot of you there. If you guys want to chime in as well, and let us know.
Yeah, can I just say, you missed when it's September 11, there's 111 days left in the year.
Oh, let's go.
And there was 11 crew members on Flight 11.
Yeah.
That's another one.
Yeah, and the alleged first victim of 9/11, he had a hijacker watch on. That Israeli commando, his watch was a hijacker watch.
Llewellyn.
Yeah. So that's that's something else right here. So yeah, anything else, Methyl Miner? You want to chime in? Just say, show us you're still here.
Well,
Thanks for.
As far as I think the months got pushed back when Julius Caesar he wanted a month named after himself, and not only did he want a month, he wanted it in a specific spot. And then we had July, and then his son Augustus also wanted a month in a specific spot, and we got August, and that pushed all the months back because October is 8, Sept is 7, Deci's 10. That's how all the months got pushed back.
Yeah, Deci's 10. Yeah, so great knowledge on us, dropping knowledge on us, and and also and also Newton discovered gravity on 1666. When a quote apple hit his head, and all of a sudden he has the tree of knowledge of gravity, or good and evil. It's anyways.
And remember, Matt, I had shared it before. The original ancient Egyptian New Year was celebrated in their calendar.
Oh yeah, you've said that as well.
On September 11, and it was in relation to the rising of Sirius, and it reminded me of that when you talked about the first dog that died.
Yeah.
On 9/11, it was called Sirius.
Yeah.
I thought that was quite funny.
Yeah, and
coincidence maybe? Doubt it.
Yeah, no, it's not a coincidence. It's 100%. Serious happens a lot in a lot of these psyops. For some reason, they just have that.
It's only coincidences, man. There's nothing like a conspiracy. Come on, get out of your mom's basement.
You may want to look at the connection between 11 and 23.
11 and 23.
That is definitely. If you tot up the date of September the 11th, 2001, it comes to 23.
Yeah.
If you have a look at the 2.3 trillion that meant missing.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh,
and
wow.
also 2 divided by 3 is 666.
Yeah.
It's 0.66.
So you go with the law of fives as well. 23 is a key number. This is why you got the war on gender at the moment, which is genetics.
Yeah.
So you've got the 23rd chromosome.
All right, let's go.
I could do a whole presentation on the number 23 and its connection to 1111.
And also,
if you look at that, what's that? At 1111.
Yeah.
It's also 2 V's make a W.
Let's go. All right.
Letter.
Now you're speaking my language.
Look on your keyboard where the W is. You got the 2 and 3 on there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the W. Let's go. Okay, you got it right.
23rd atomic number.
Yeah, and also the best basketball player. There's a debate between LeBron and Jordan. Both of them are number 23, and they call themselves the GOAT, which is like another Baphomet type symbology.
Yeah, and that's actually a representation of 23 as well.
Oh, let's go! All right. This guy's. I wrote it. Yeah. Oh, the Olympics is 23. Rings. Yeah, Olympics is 23. Yeah.
The Olympic rings.
It's 23.
You have 3 rings with 2 intertwined with the 3.
Yeah. The Olympic.
Now, let me just tell you something quickly. If you look at the 1984 Olympics, that was the 23rd Olympic Games, and what did they stage in that? Was the alien coming down with the UFO? If you look at the closing ceremony.
Yeah, the closing one. Yeah, I actually posted right here.
And it was the 23rd Pope who said he had interactions with aliens.
Holy. Okay, this guy's
do a whole lecture on that.
I think you need to do a number 23 stream.
And I'll just blow your mind with this one. This is my own research. If you look at Wembley Stadium in London, it was built in 1923 and it had 2 towers.
Holy.
And the towers were all, the stadium closed in the year 2000. And then in 2001, the demolishment of it, which led to the towers being took down in 2003. But the last FA Cup game was the 119th. And it was played at the Millennium Stadium. They moved everything to the Millennium Stadium. Now, the towers in New York, they had the Millennium Hotel.
Let's go, yeah.
Wow.
There's a big connection there.
No, I think you've taken it to another level. And speaking about 23 in September,
Crazy.
so when I was doing my predictions for Trump fake assassination, I've been doing it for 2 years. Someone sent me an email. He's usually on the stream sometimes, Rebel with a cause. He was predicting that the fake assassination, or even possibly a semi-real one, would occur on September 23rd of this year. So let's go. Okay. And
don't forget, it was Robert Kennedy announced his endorsement and got up and made the speech on the 23rd of August.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And we went into lockdown in the UK on the 23rd of March.
Holy, ours is America's, I think, was 3/11. It's probably a 23 in there somehow. Oh yeah, 3/11. 11 is 2. So 3, 2. So we got a 2, 3 right there. I wrote a bunch about 23 as well in my.
Can I just say something else?
Yeah.
You also had an alleged 5th hijack plane, so that ties into the Lord of Fives, which is closely related to 23. And the flight was actually Flight 23.
All right. Oh, the 5th one. Okay. Yeah, this is. All right.
They never talk about Flight 23. That was a.
So one in the chat said 1923 was the Federal Reserve.
Oh, really?
Well, there you go. Wow.
Yeah, but. Yeah, and then the W in 23, that's very interesting, and it's upside down M, so the Freemason. M. Anyways, that is pretty much it. I need to go watch them ASAP. And is anything else, guys? You guys have been great. A lot of knowledge. We broke records today, guys. Everybody's dropping bombs on here. Thanks for everything, and also Chris, thanks for that correction on the air density. That's the thing. We have to be 100% accurate, but also willing to throw ourselves out there. And not afraid to be wrong.
So quick question. So on 9/11, are we going to have a 23-hour marathon?
That's not happening now. But what I want to do is we'll have like a summary of all the evidence. So we'll have it topic by topic. I want to kind of do like a time limit where we put, let's say, 30 minutes on building 1, 2, and then building 6, another 15 minutes. So we all make sure we give the best evidence in that time slot. As opposed to just us mumbling and taking over. So that's, and then each one, and then eventually the planes ones as well. Best evidence. Some of it's discussion, but we could also present little links and so on. And I'll be showing whatever, but basically topic by topic, and then what we can go in a summary type fashion where we could use it for future videos. Especially because Norman does a great job on that, cutting up a lot of the stream and putting into shareable. Short bits where it goes a lot of times viral on X, so that's great stuff. And is there anything else you guys want to say?
Just send us what you want and who you want to do what with, and we'll be ready. Yeah,
I'll send the notes. This time it was just a chat, but I'll send a link with notes to cover basically each piece of 9/11 and summarize as much as we have info, or at least the best info for each one. I think will be a great way to summarize. Again, for a lot of people, 9/11 is like a memorial for people to, even normies, to like possibly look into it a bit more. Because mainstream people have literally laser beams shining into space. That's the memorial every year. And to compete with that, we got to do something. And notice that they also shine a giant laser beam in space. It's a memorial. It's kind of like rubbing in our face. Memorial 9/11.
Yeah.
And they have 88 lights. That's 88 lights. And it's like literally a giant. Yeah. These photos. It's like they're showing us the directed energy weapon. This is the memorial they're using.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. All right, guys. Is there anything else you guys want to say?
I just want to say thanks to everybody. Meth Miner. I didn't get a chance to say hello because I've seen you about on the thing, so we're going to get you have to chime in more next time.
Yeah. Well, you guys cover everything so well, so.
No, it's all
we want to hear your voice. We want you to get involved.
Yeah, and Matt will be joining for a alternative health live stream later in October. Yeah. Speaking of his name, he's like a meth chemist and drug chemist. And so anything else you guys want to say? Chris, William, Norman?
Thanks for having me on. This is very enjoyable. Unlike a lot of my boring meetings, this is very, very enjoyable for me. To speak with all you guys that are really top-notch researchers on this. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. And then, Mark, we cut you off. What were you saying there?
I just want to say as well to William, keep up the good work with your podcast. Thanks for your kind words. Norman, thanks for all your sharing and stuff. Matt, thanks for all your stuff back and forth and sharing. And Chris, nice to meet you. And send me them links over.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I think Mark knows a lot more about the UFO stuff than he's showing off, because he knows a lot more than me. I know 9/11 is the UFO stuff I look at, and then I gradually build from there. But yeah.
Well, you certainly have to get involved with UFOs, because I got involved with that right after 9/11. I said, if they're covering up this, I got right into the UFOs and really did a lot of research on that too. So.
No, definitely. And my view is I want to get people get on 9/11, and then we'll talk about UFOs. So, for example, I'll listen to you because you bring up 9/11. You're on the right side of history there. So if you're right about this, you're right about other stuff. That's how I work. So anyways, yeah, that's all. And Norman, William, anything you guys want to chime in as I?
Just quickly. The laser beams on ground zero, right in front of your face, pretty much mocking everybody. And going back to the 9/11 museum with the video of the spire, playing that in the museum, it's like when people, the majority of people tend to, it's like they can't see it, but it's right there in front of their face.
Yeah.
But once they're ready to a certain extent, they'll see it for what it is. The truth is in plain sight, basically. Yeah. But thank you very much to everyone. This has been fantastic. Yeah. And thanks to Matt and Norman, Chris as well. It's been great to meet you, Methyl and Mark.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic work. I highly recommend people check Mark out. I've shared your channel before, but I'll be sharing it again. So thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah. Great. And also, speaking about in our faces, that they also have that Oculus transportation hub. It's a giant eyeball that I think opens up on 9/11. So it's a giant eyeball, all-seeing eye. Right. And Norman, you wanna chime in as
James, it's been fun. Luckily, my mic didn't work for a while, so I couldn't chime in too much for a change. But it's been awesome. I'm looking forward to having a very, very interesting chat on the 11th.
Yeah.
And for everybody watching, everybody who basically are on the same page, we need more of you in the comment sections, just sharing, getting to know the information and push back, because it can't be left over just to the 6 of us over here. We need more of you out there just pushing back, because come on, let's see if we can wake up more people to the cover up of the cover up of the cover up and all of that. So don't just sit here listening, go do something, because we need more of us, please.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And you can help any way you want, even if it's donating, throwing cash, or giving ideas and being on the stream and so on. So there's a lot of ways you can help. Anything is better than watching the world just get taken over. All right. And yeah, that's all, guys. I'm getting into stream, and I need to go washroom. I've been holding it for 2 hours, I think. All right, guys. Thanks for joining us. It's great stream. I will let's see, make this stop presenting so you can see your faces bigger. And just 1 second. Change layout. All right. So now we can all see everybody's faces, guys. That is all, guys. We broke the record, and let's break some more records, guys. 9/11 we'll have the biggest stream ever. And we'll try to make it so people can grasp it, especially normies, point by point. And yeah, that's all, guys. That is all for today. Thanks for joining, and have a good one. I'm gonna end the stream, and I'll say bye to you guys. All right, the stream is ended, and I gotta stop recording.